Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, Sevan. Hello, Rebecca. Hello, Walter.
Hello, good morning.
We see our faces, guys. Yeah. Give some chance to people that is jumping in the Zoom room. Okay, welcome everyone. Yes, let's start. And we have one more here. Yes. Can you hear me now, Walter? Okay, perfect. We would like to kindly ask you if you can see each other to start, at least to recognize ourselves and see our faces. If you cannot, you can turn on your cameras. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Hello. So nice to see friends here. See if I can show. Hey, are you with us, Rasha? Agil. I think Agil have problem with the audio. And I communicate with you, Rasha, uh, through Instagram. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for answer. All right. Okay, welcome everyone. So it's a pleasure to start the microscopic landscape workshop at Digital Future platform. We are quite excited, and we have prepared a very exciting program for these 5 days. We are here with my colleague Rebecca Rudolph, so we will be sharing the mic, and it's nice to see some friends in this course again. And okay, some people who will still jump in. You have one more, but it's nice to initiate already, not to lose so much time, not to lose the morning, and be precise with our schedule, guys, in order to take the best advantage of these sessions. My name is Alejandro Haiek. I'm a professor from Umeå University in Sweden. I'm teaching in the master program in Umeå University, in UMA School of Architecture. And I have been related with these topics since almost a decade ago, in investigating human geographies, extractivist landscapes, and regenerative territories. So for us, it's quite exciting to also create different academical or pedagogical environments that analyze what really happened in the planet today in terms of alter or injure landscape. The reason that we have been doing this is we pay particular attention, especially to expand the frontiers and the borders of operational borders of the disciplines of design, and trying to melt it or join or link it to other interesting fields to tackle the phenomena of the fragile landscape in a more holistic way. I'm originally from Venezuela, and I have been also working in social projects, especially in Caracas, where we try also to combine this idea of more advocacy projects, or projects that are trying to also change the rules of how we practice today in our fields. Now, try to get more close to people, to the environment, and using the tools and methodologies that we gain from our disciplines to apply to a more relevant purpose. We have scheduled for today sessions for 45 minutes or 50 minutes, following by a short break in order to have a more dynamic way to run this workshop. So we will be working during the morning we will make a presentation session, and then we will organize the groups that we're going to be working the following days, and then it will be following by a lecture that we prepare for all of you. So I give my word to Rebecca that is here with me to introduce herself. So Rebecca, if I can say first, is part of the Laboratory of Planetary Diplomacy. That is an initiative that we start a couple of years ago. And she also is coordinator, research and project coordinator of LabProfab. That is our other laboratory of technologies and social projects. And I have been teaching also together with Rebecca at UMA School of Architecture, as well as an IAC and other universities around the world. So Rebecca, welcome.
I don't know if I should talk through your mic or through my mic. Can you hear me, even if it's not my mic? Yeah, okay. Yes, my name is Rebecca Rudolph. I will be assisting Alejandro in this workshop, and I am an architect. Maybe I should call you professor. I am an architect, and I graduated my master 3 years ago from Urriola School of Architecture in Sweden, in the north of Sweden. It's a school that is almost bordering the Arctic Circle, the Arctic line, and we're gonna get into that later, which is also an interesting concept, the idea of these imaginary borders, kind of, or fluctuating borders, at least in this case. I have been teaching in Urriola School of Architecture for 1.5 years in a bachelor studio there, and have been working with Alejandro since I graduated 3 years ago. And yeah, now we are also teaching together. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Rebecca, we have sessions tomorrow with part of the participants of the laboratory. Tomorrow you will have a session with Hana Osman, which is also a guest teacher in UMA School of Architecture and the freestanding course Mapping Changing Ecosystems in Urban Planning in UMA School of Architecture. And she's also a alumni from the Man-Made Geography studio that I run in the master program in UMA. We also have Cesar Velando, which is also guest teacher of Mapping Changing Ecosystems, and also he's working in urban planning at UMA as well as in the laboratory. And the next day, let's say on Friday, you will have Tomas Mena, which is an architect, a master in computational design from TH Hall University of Applied Science of Art in Delmont in Germany. He's also working from Germany. He will be with us from Germany. He will be developing projects oriented toward computational and parametric research too. Tomas also prepared a very exciting session for Friday. You will meet, of course, him during these days. And we will also have Irina, Urriola, and Aram, Badr. Both of them. Aram have a master in engineer in computational design in University of Applied Science of Delmont also. And he has been also working he participated with us in an exhibition in the Arctic last week with us. And as well, as Irina Urriola, that have been also collaborating with LabProfab, with the laboratory from almost a decade ago, which is very much into AI tools, representational tools, and image generation, and also in VR technologies, and many of the tools that we like to share with you during this week. Yes, so yes, Rebecca, please.
I have just a few comments. We are supposed to live stream these sessions for the whole week. Today we had some issues with the live streaming, so this session will be recorded instead, and then we put it on the YouTube. But the rest of the days we're gonna have live streaming from YouTube. So if you want, you can also invite other people or your parents or your yeah, whatever. Yeah, so that is the
Yeah.
that is the
We also have a very exciting news, and we recently make a version of the Microscopic Landscapes, what's called Molecular Landscape, for the landscape series of workshops and pedagogical environment that we have been creating. And our students, alumni now are with us in this new course, and they so it's a pleasure to introduce you here, Sevan, Shuton, Atakan, Aditya, and I think Najid is there also, who after such exciting sessions, exciting seminar at IAC a couple of months ago, they decided to join us also in this second version, and also they will provide a short lecture on Thursday and on Friday, sharing with all of you the experience that they have from the previous molecular landscape workshop, as well as the work that they developed specifically in Barcelona, in the area, on the territory of Barcelona. Some of them for their first year master, and some of them for the second year master. So welcome, guys. It's a pleasure again to work with you, and I guess this will be a very exciting opportunity to keep running, keep going forward in this exciting research. Some of the topics, of course, that we will introduce during these sessions are related with the carry-on research that we have been doing at UMA University, supported by UMART Research Center and the Arctic Research Center also from UMA University. So last year we present our first step, the first step of the research that have been published and presented in several places, several universities, and it's selected for the next Triennale, Milano Triennale next year in May, which we expect that the work that we produce together with all of you could be included in the show as a part of these students or the pedagogical environment that I mentioned before. So it's already the beginning of something exciting, and I hope that you get excited with these topics, especially the Arctic. It's a territory, a fragile territory that we will introduce during these days. So we are excited also to share some of the samples that Rebecca and me took from our last visit. We follow the track of Carl von Linné, one of the famous Swedish explorer in the 1700s. We collect samples in all the places that he visited, and those samples we collected in microscopic visions and videos, and it's very much the material that we will use during this workshop to carry on the topics and the areas of investigation that we identify as a fragile ecosystems that we can really analyze and denounce and put in the public opinion to try to take care about those fragile geographies. So we would like to make a round, of course, to hear from you, to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and to know you better. we would like to ask you guys if you can please mention your name, where you're coming from, the country, the disciplines that you have been involved in, and the expectation of the course. All right, what you expected, how do you get interested by this? So again, name, country, the discipline, and expectation. And we will, with this information, then we will make another round based on skills to organize the groups toward the next session. So, right, I gonna point in someone in the screen. So can we start with you, Walter?
Sure. Good morning. I'm in the United States on the East Coast on a little barrier island just south of New York City called Lavallette, New Jersey. So in a couple of hours, I'll see the sun come up on the Atlantic Ocean. I'm an architect, and I've been an architect for about 40 years now. So 2 years ago, I graduated with a master's in computational design from Design Morphine, a little group that's out of Sofia, Bulgaria. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I should tell you. I've done a lot of projects in 40 years. Not so many in computational design. And I saw that your course was going to be on, and kind of interested in what you're going to, like, I'm interested in what you're going to be doing.
Thank you so much, Badr. Very exciting. So you are initiating your computational design path now since the master.
Yeah, I it's been interesting. And, I think I was doing it before, I'm old enough that, like, I drew by hand for years, then was the first generation of punch card and green screens. And
Nice.
yeah, it's come a long way. It's kind of amazing what we can do now in a couple hours compared to what life used to be like. So it's very exciting what the future looks like. And it's a great time for me. I'm so grateful that I've been able to survive this long and participate.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I feel quite the same. I was the first generation in the school that changed to AutoCAD. Battling with our teachers to allow us to use AutoCAD.
Yeah, I worked for almost 20 years at Skidmore, Owings and Merrill in New York City.
Nice.
So we really did. I was part of their partnership for 10 years. Kind of went out on my own when my family started to grow a little bit, so I could be around them more of the time and watch all the things that they do. Yeah, it's been interesting.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, Walter. So, Sevan, can we keep going with you?
Yes, sure, it's an honor. So last year we had class on molecular landscape with both Alejandro and Rebecca. And it was so interesting because at like first or second sessions, we had no idea what's going to look like. And it ended up looking like one of our best classes we had last year. And that's the reason most of us are here. It's so nice to see guys here, Atakan and DT. I haven't seen them for a long while. So yeah, so I'm so excited for like showing the project and also seeing what's the research at this point, to see it and to see the samples and all of them. It's so interesting for me and exciting.
Thank you, Sevan. A pleasure for us also to have you again. Yes, Atakan, you want to keep going?
I think Sevan summarized very well. It was one of my favorite courses as well in like my whole Haiek year. Even though it's just a 1 week seminar, it was like so, let's say, filled with so many things that at first we were so confused. Then every group had chance to do, let's say, the tasks or do their projects in the way they want. So it's actually very, let's say, beneficial for us because every group, every person in that group had the chance to show their abilities, their way to see, understanding their projects. So, and it was so exciting for me. So this is one of the reasons I joined again. So yeah, I'm also, by the way, for a little summary, I'm also graduate in architecture and communication design, and I had a little experience in a media company focused on computational design, and a little bit of AR and VR while in my last year in university. So yeah, one of the reasons I'm excited as well is that AR and AI focus of this class. So I'm happy to be here as well.
Thank you, Ataka. Pleasure also to have you again. Can we go? I will jump to Ditomiko. Are you with us? Hello.
Hello, everyone. Thank you
Pleasure.
for this honor. I'm from Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and then I'm architect and researcher. I do a lot of things like 3D scan and 3D printing. Also, when I see your guys lecture on the digital futures, because we are student can choose one workshop. I choose the most interesting workshop, and I see you guys can maybe give me some interesting project for this one. So I jump here, and then let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Yes, exciting. All right, Aditya, please.
Hello, my name is Aditya and I'm from India. Most of you know me because I was a student at Haiek and I had the opportunity of getting involved in this course for 1 week back at Haiek. The name was Molecular Landscapes, and I think like Sevan and Atakan summarized it very well. It was one of my favorite classes. I still remember the first time I looked through the electron microscope, and honestly, this course changed my perspective. That is like architecture not seen as a building, not seen as a space, but more of an interaction between ecologies and humans. So that's why I came to experience it again, and I look forward to see where the research is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. It's nice to see you again. So nice. Shuton, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm also for the last semester in the molecular landscape, and for me, the most interesting part is that give me a different chance to rethinking the architecture or the landscape. Just like a different view to go through of that about this world, about everything. Not just on the molecular. I can give you a different view of rethinking of what you did, what you think in your brain is like. Yeah, and we use the AI things to help us to understand what's the things in molecular, because we don't know what's that happening in that world. So it's a totally different world for us, and truly interesting. Trust us. Yeah, enjoy that 5 days. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Shuton. A pleasure also to see you again. Yes, Avi, can you share with us? Welcome.
Hi, sorry. Hi, I'm Abby. I'm from Tunisia, but I'm actually a student in Japan now. I'm a master's student in architecture. I'm interested in this workshop because I'm actually starting research about microclimates in landscape in Japan. So I was like really interested to join and understand more about this. Yeah.
Thank you. Sounds exciting. Architecture.
you.
Yes, you say that your base is architecture, no?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I'm a master student in architecture in Japan.
Yes. In which university are you there?
Tokodai, Tokyo Institute of Technology.
All right. Pleasure and welcome.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we have 8 hours difference, so I'm on my way to my house.
Yes, but it's perfect. We can listen to you well. Thank you for joining
Great.
us.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Thank you.
All right, Rasha. Are you there with us?
Yes, hello. I'm Rasha from Iran, and now in Dubai. I have a bachelor in architecture, master in landscape architecture from Tehran University. I was lecturing some years, 6 or 7 years in Art University in Tehran. And now in Dubai, I'm working on some projects, some landscape, some resource in the KSA. But I was always interested in parametric design, some methods that we can use for analyzing or refine our design process. And of course, I was interested in something related to the social impact, something with urban landscape, that it was interesting in the brief that you presented in the this workshop. Yes, thank you so much. You are mute, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Very exciting, Rasha. And so nice that you are applying, that you're working in landscape architecture already and you're interested in methods of these design methods. Thank you so much also for communicating with you in advance, with us in advance.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. So, Ruba, I guess it's Fatima. Yes, of course.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm from Pakistan, and I'm doing my bachelor's, and I'm in my final year. I'll be doing my thesis next year. So basically, I was interested in this workshop because I want to learn more about climate, and because probably I'll be working on this on my thesis.
Very, very exciting ones that have been mentioned, you and Abby, that have been mentioned, the idea of microclimate or micro ecosystems. We are very much going there, so it will be exciting for you, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, inshallah.
Thank you. Okay, Agil, welcome. Okay.
Should I read it?
I'm gonna read it. Yes. Do you want to read it? Yes.
No,
Please.
you
If you choose.
Okay, I will read it. Hello, everyone. My name is Agil. I'm based in Tehran, Iran, graduated from Tehran University. I'm an architect specializing in sustainable and computational design in the architecture field. I'm incredibly excited to be part of this course, Microscopic Landscapes. I look forward to learning from everyone and contributing to our discussions. I apologize for not being able to use my microphone due to current circumstances. Thanks for your understanding. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Agil. Yes. Yes, we will see you in during these days, but thank you so much for sharing with us your comment. All right. Nastaran.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm a recently graduated architectural student, and I'm interested basically in landscape, urban design, and the whole city's problem. And I was searching about neuroarchitecture, and I realized it can be, merged with landscape, and I just wanted to know about microclimates more to just making me a bit, enabling me to just merge these together.
Very exciting. Very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, and Vilde. Hello, welcome. Are you with us?
Hello, hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, I am from Turkey. I will start a master program. It's interface cultures, and I am interested in system art, cybernetics. So all the systematic systems are interest me. So why I am here. That's all for me.
Thank you so much. Nice. Well, welcome. Very exciting profiles, guys. I like that. Yes, of course, the dominant or the predominant discipline is architecture, but I like that within architecture there are many, many different profiles and different interests. So, one of the exciting things of the workshop that we are running, yes, it's named Microscopic Landscape, but very much the idea is to make transcalar research or intersectional research. So that's based that everything that we investigate, we try to confront or at least overlap or link with other different scales. And it's not a reductive methodology that trying to go to big scales until the detail, but instead to jump in between scales or even intersect scales to trying to find things that are not easy to see, or they are sometimes are invisible to our eyes. And that is one of the main concern that when we initiate this kind of territorial methodologies, one of our main issues or issues or concerns is that it seems that we are missing some part of the reality within the method that we use in architecture and many other geographical studies. It seems that the evolutions or those methods provide us a different ways to see the reality that's around us, or different realities that surround us. And the more that we dig into methodological tools, the more that we discover that there is something that is missing. There is an enormous world that is invisible to our eyes. And this is very much the scope of this workshop, to try to see beyond of what our sights allow us, and try to see the world not from the side dominance, but try to expand, amplify the visions of nature to discover what really happened beyond or outside of our visions. We think that the skills that all of you actually have could be combined together in a collaborative research that give us a hint or a kind of a sectional understanding about what really happened in the Arctic. As I said before, the more that we get deep into this research, we discover issues that we never seen before, and then became a more detective investigation, some sort of a forensic investigation. So we get deep into specific behaviors from some species, then we relate it with some historical background, then we sometimes also see it in a more territorial perspective, then we also connected with some regional networks, and then at the end we also find some sort of a planetary entanglements or planetary connections. And when we move across all these scales and trying to see what really happened with bioorganism in the middle of the Arctic region in relation with planetary or regional networks, then we are quite clear that sometimes the forces of the industries that disrupt or alter landscapes are completely connected to planetary industrial networks. And that is quite fascinating to see that these bioorganisms or resilient or species are actually confronting some sort of a planetary perspective, so planetary network or a planetary mechanosphere that have been instrumentalized, artificialized, and nevertheless, the species find a way to survive, rejuvenate, regenerate, and encounter the way to thrive, despite the forces of our man-made productions. So then we set up quite exciting methodological or pedagogical methodology that is based on different sessions that will happen from today until Saturday, to then allow to have a gathering on Sunday together and share your results. So the result that and share the result of this collaborative research and reflect critically around that. So we will initiate today with some readings that we select for you to get deep into the topic. And then we will share with you the material that we collect from our previous research. We actually will share with you some of the samples that, as I said before, that Rebecca and me took from our first trip to the Arctic. And also, we would like to invite you to get deep into the historical background of the sites of investigations that we select for this workshop. They are very specific. We decided to make it more inducted or more canalized into the sites of investigation that we already touched upon in order to involve you or include you in our research toward the Milan exhibition, but also to make it quite, let's say, not just faster, but directly oriented to put your hands already on the move, and try to operate from samples that we already have. Of course, one of the reasons that at the beginning we imagined that this workshop could be also physical, but that could be quite complicated to join all of us in the Arctic. I guess at some point, hopefully, I hope that this could happen in some point. But then for that reason, the microscopical samples, it will be provided by us. It's true what I think Aditya was saying before, that in the moment that you use a microscope and trying to see the samples that you collect, there is an entire world that opens into your eyes. I hope that the distance of this digital workshop anyway help you to got this experience and to see beyond our site capabilities. And so then the session today will be more an introductory sessions that with this text that we select from you, the revision of the samples, and we will ask you to make some kind of a historical research to try to look back into plans or the history of the sites that we select, and try to read about and be more close to the areas that we're going to investigate during these days. Tomorrow we will have a sessions of geolocalizations, very much based on geo packages, also that we have been downloading from QGIS and seeing data, let's say, metadata from the sites that we will investigate, and that metadata reveal, of course, the forces of the industries and the big infrastructural networks that have been operating on these fragile territories. And I guess most of you know that too. Anyway, Hana will be introducing some of the tools that we use and also share with you some of the data already that we download, so you can operate with the data that we will provide and trying to overlap different layers of information that help you to identify more points of encounters or point of conflict between these areas of exploitation. And on Friday, Tomas, also Cesar, tomorrow we will also share with you very fast tools, even using open sources like Google Earth, and trying to make more animations or sequence of images that help you to understand the evolution of the site and to see how much have been changing during these last decades. And, on Friday, Tomas will introduce some grasshopper algorithm based on growing patterns. And the hypothesis that we are managing is we believe that the samples that we collect in the first conversations with ecologists that we have make us understand that there is a process of a regenerative process already happening in the Arctic that thriving or finding the way to recover or restore the areas that have been affected by industrial exploitation. And what is fantastic is that we can see some specific species. So we will talk more about that, the pioneers species, which is the three special species that usually come after any landscape having altered, and is very much lichen, mosses, and fungi that stabilize the soil and make the conditions properly to succession of species to keep going and regenerating the sites. Something that Tomas will try to introduce and share with you is some algorithm of some of these species, and we will try to find how they grow and what is the logic, the behavior of these things, and trying to reproduce digitally this process of growing. And after that, on Saturday, we will have Aram and Irina. Aram have some tools that depends of your skills or the things. It will be very open these days, guys, because there's a lot of tools that we like to share with you. Some of them is more complicated than others. If some of you already have the knowledge, our specific knowledge of some of the issues that we're gonna deliver, even better. So the idea is that we will try not to make some sort of a software classes, but instead to trying to pick up very specific tools from these softwares and share with you toward the investigation that we're gonna do. So they have prepared, of course, sessions with Midjourney, some sessions with also with editing image of Midjourney in Crea, and also some more representational tools in Blenders or and then trying to make also panoramic views from this production. So we will end up producing microscopic landscapes through this AI image generation. And then we will try to put it in VR to allow all of us to inhabit that space and trying to move across this invisible world or miniature world that we never seen. We think that is very important that in every of the session, we finish with a specific result. And that is the result that you will put it together in a final compilation and you present it to us in a kind of a visual narrative on Sunday. So basically, it's the collection of your work and your sessions, what you put it together and try to ensembling in a visual narrative. Starting with the short videos of sequence of transformation of the sites, the overlapping of layers in QGIS, the growing pattern sliding, the grasshopper slides, moving the grasshopper slides to have some sort of a animated version of the growing pattern, and then some of your stills from your image generation, and then your VR based on the microscopic visions. So we ask you to upload, of course, the result of every day in folders that Rebecca will explain further in the next session. But I think okay, we still have a little bit of time because we initiate 10 minutes, so we can also do that now. To we will show you the way that we have been organizing the folders in our drive in order you to be able to access to the material that we prepare for you, as well as where you're supposed to put the material that you produce during these days. No? Right, so I think that before we close this first session and give you some minutes to stretch and grab a coffee, I would like to give the mic to Rebe to show with you the system of organization that we prepare in the drive, as well as we have a fast look into the schedule that we sent yesterday in an informational email. Right, Rebe, please. Sorry to interrupt you. So there is any doubts or some comments, guys? Should we keep going? Yes? Okay. All right.
And should I share my screen or?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I can share my screen. Can you hear me?
A little, right.
A little,
I maybe can turn off my mic and you can turn off your Rebe.
Let's try. And I will. Okay. Now I think you need to turn off your speaker. Yeah. Okay, so we are looking at the drive. Have you been trying to access it? Is there anybody who have been trying to access this drive? We sent a link in the email. Yes, sorry, I can't see the. Okay, so we have two folders, you can say, or two main lines, which is the material that we will provide you with, which is to start with the readings of the three readings, or actually it's kind of 5 readings, but it's from 3 different authors. It is Benjamin Bratton text. It is Susan Shupley, a set of text from Susan Shupley, and it is the Terraforma by what's his name? Bruno Latour, exactly. And then we have folders here. We will divide you into 5 groups, and I believe also that we are not the full set of people now, so hopefully the other people who have signed up for the course will join us, and then we'll add to the groups. So we have prepared packages for 5 different sites that we visited when we were making our field trip around in the Arctic area, in the Swedish Arctic area, along a river there, which Alejandro will tell you more about after this. So they are from 5 different sites, and these different sites have different points of interest, or we have power lines, we have a sand mine, we have clear cuts, we have a dam, and we're looking also at tourism and how these forces are affecting the area, or these different sites that are all placed along a river, actually. So yes, you will be divided into groups. We have a document here where you find coordinates and where you can write your names so that we know who is in each group. You have GIFs that shows how the area has been looking historically. It's a comparative GIF, so you can see how the industries have affected the area. We have drone images, for example, or drone videos. And we have microscopic images. There might be more in some folders or in some sites than others. But yeah, this is what you have to work with in each site. Wait, no. Let's see. And one second. Okay, so I guess that is the material that we will provide you with, and this is what you will base your research upon. So we see this as a collective research. So we provide you with material, and then based on this material, you continue the research in a way. Then we have another folder that is produced material, where we would like you to put the material that you produce on a daily basis. Perhaps you can make a folder of day 1 and a folder of day 2 and a folder, etc. Yeah, and I guess that is the structure. So we will divide you into groups, and yeah, like we said, I guess those groups also will grow throughout these days. Yeah. Mm.
I think that the way is at least with the ones that are here now, we start an hour practice we can join the groups already, so let's see how those work. Not least what we can just.
Sorry, I don't know if it is my computer, but I couldn't hear very
Yeah,
well.
maybe it's mine too. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay, yes.
Wait, let me. Okay.
Okay,
Turn on
yes, we need to.
Maybe you can turn on the speaker.
Yes, I got it. So we need to do it in that way.
Hmm?
Okay, now we know. So yeah, so what I was saying is that we are around 20 people, 20 persons have been subscribed to the course, even more 2022. So I guess we are just half of the group now. So I think that maybe we can just select the groups based on what we are, the ones that are now in the session, and then the others can come and join you guys, or either we just assign to the groups, or either they make independent groups. Okay, so but we want you to feel free to select the topic, or at least to share the topic. So if I guess that we could be quite flexible in that way. Some of you want to take a couple of topics or one topic. So let's see how it could be organized better. Let's make a first attempt. We can do it by fingers. We can do it by lottery. We can do it by interest. But let's try to cover all the topics. This is what is important. All right.
It's the privilege of the ones who are here.
Exactly. So, all right. So, Rebe, can I ask you to show the schedule again, and we're going to the first break, guys. Just to wrap up. Now you know that you have the forms of organization that Rebe explained, 2 different folders, as Rebe said. One that is the provide material, and one the folder where you upload daily the result of your first operations. And in the provide materials, we have maybe if you can enter before this, just to say something around that very fast. In the provide materials, we have the samples, the microscopical samples, let's say that there are materials that are more informative and there are some others that are more operative. No, let's say we can enter in as Rebe. Yes. Walter says it's possible to review each of the group in advance. I think so. Yes, of course. You mean to each of the topic, Walter? You say?
Yes. Yeah. Like kind of a basic overview of what each of the topics is about.
Yes, we're going with that. So, okay, let's make a break and we plan for the second hour to be a little more specific. Okay, let's do this. Just to explain just the organization, but I maybe can say if you open this as if you see there are different forms of extractions or different forms of industrial networks. Let's say we trying to find agents of what we call agents of disturbance. And the agents are usually new territorial formations or territorial or geographies that happen after a man-made exploitation. In the first one, Harald, is there the disrupted patterns of power lines, especially alongside Lolo River, which is the area that we investigate. You know, let's say that we have the boundary of the area of the Arctic that is around 180 kilometers wide. And around that, we choose one of the river. We explain this further, all right? So we prepare a lecture in the third hour specifically for that. No? But alongside the Lolo River, we found different forms of exploitations. And all these man-made geographies create new territorial formation. The Harad, for instance, is area that we found this enormous crack produced by a power line, and it's a crack that is that having the deforestations alongside these lines is equivalent to 31,000 football fields. It's quite massive. It's something that was really disrupted for us to discover this area. No? And then we were tracking all the power lines, and all these power lines ends actually in the south of Europe. So it's a really continental network that ends up in that river. So we will show more of that. No? So then we thought, okay, well, so can you try? So well, it's fantastic that to understand that they are organisms. If you enter these organisms are the ones, the lichens are the ones that have been decomposing the cracks, the soil that have been produced by these forms of industrialization, and they have been creating some kind of a new soil. So imagine that a lichens is able to attack. Usually you find lichens of these specific lichens in all these exploitations and sand mines. We found it everywhere in all these industrial geographies. And then when we research deeply about that, we realized that the lichens are part of these pioneer species. So they decompose with chemical reactions the leftovers of the industrial exploitations and produce some sort of a dust or dirt. Then the mosses arrive together and humidify this dirt and create some sort of a primeval type of soil. And then the fungi arrive later and create networks and connections. So let's say that this is the beginning of a landscape. No? And then when we span our view and see, it was an amazing lines that crossed the entire river. And then when we scaling up to a continental way, we realize that all this electricity is connected with network in Europe entirely. So then that kind of relations really explode our imaginations to see that, well, these lichens are contribute to cure or to restore a continental crack, no? And that is something that is fascinating. So you have some of the samples, and these samples are the material that we are planned to upload in Midjourney. We basically will use Midjourney based on referential images. Let's say that when you will upload referential images in Midjourney using these visualizations, Midjourney will expand and produce visions for what you prompt. One of the examples that we will show in the lecture is that we have been prompting, for instance, what it will happen in the future in relation with the rate of growing of this organism. The lichens, for instance, have an interval of 64 years. So we project and say, okay, what it will happen in 200 years in these Arctic territories if humans disappear from the equation, or in a post-human scenarios, what will happen? And then we introduce the specific species we prompted in Midjourney. We introduce a microscopic visions to Midjourney as a referential image. And when we prompt this specific type of lichen, then Midjourney is able to access to a database from the internet and then produce an imaginaries for the future ecologies that we are expected to see at the end. So then this material, for instance, is very operative. The visual, you can really use it on the session on Saturday. If you're going back, Rebe, you can also use as a reference, a little bit more. With Hana, a little bit more. With Hana and Cesar, you will produce this GIF animated. This is a database that is called Eniro, that basically use orthophoto maps from all the photographies took it in the last half of last century. They say when the orthophoto maps became popular, this database have very specific orthophoto map of every territory in the Arctic. It's around Sweden actually, and you can really pass this slide and see after and before and after. No? But with Cesar, you will use Google Earth stop motions to have not just one slide, but to have different pictures from the side and to see the evolution of this form of exploitation. With Hana, you will see the layers that operate in that. So she already will provide you packages with information of every site. Then you can turn on, for instance, the soil constitution, the type of soil, or you can turn on then you can make combinatories between different layers. You can turn on soil constitutions and maybe turn on power lines and turn on forest fire and turn on roads, infrastructures, and then you can make comparisons or make intersections between different layers of information and metadata to see how one is affecting the other. All right. So this is just an example that Rebe did and put there to you to have some sense of how have been affected the area. And if you're going back, to Harad again. Yeah. When we traveled there, Rebecca also drawn the areas, and once we put up the drone up, we were able to see that, not to see the magnitude of such a scar. We have also the videos that you can also use it if you're gonna edit some video at the end, or if you can also introduce it in some other AI tools for videos, you can use it also to manipulate it and have some kind of approximation until the future. All right. So something more to say. I read a little bit anticipated to the lecture, but it's nice because then in the lecture you will have a more strong comprehension. But I can say, Walter, about that all these places are stops that carbon lineals made in 1732. So we found a map for carbon-lineos. Carbon-lineos is like it was before Humboldt. You might be studying Humboldt as me in America, no? And but before Humboldt, that some people say that Humboldt create the term of ecology, let's say, or anticipate the definition or coin the term of ecology. Let's say that carbon-lineos in 1700, a little bit before him, was investigating that, inspiring several explorers and moving from taxonomy to a more deep ecology or more deep way to understand ecology. He called it the economy of nature. And basically he traveled in 1732 along Lolo River, which is the river that we will follow. And we found a map drawn by him in 1732 that we will also provide it. We will also put the map there in the documents, guys. And we stopped in the same places that he stopped in 1732. Rebecca and me were reading, of course. Rebecca was reading in Old Swedish to trying to find data or information for how he described these areas. And we decided to go to the same areas to see what happened with these magnificent, amazing places that he described as the most delusional natural environments in the north of Sweden. And all of them, yeah, and the rich of resource, no, because he was sponsored by the crown to this crown to go in there to find minerals and that could be exploited further. So, but of course, his main interest was the natural dimension of that. As any explorer, he was also pressured by different forces of the governments. And then what we did, just to summarize my points, Walter, is that we visit the same places that he considered rich in resources to see what happened after all these 300 years. And finally, what we found is that they transformed in the mega territorial system of the north of Sweden. And so the most amazing natural environment that he discovered or he visited, now they are part of the mega territorial system of the north. And that is what we will see now, that these rich environments actually are the environment where all the main economies of the Nordic hemisphere happen, no? The exploitation of minerals, the exploitation of electricity, and so on. All right. So when we will come back to that, if you're going back, Rebe, we have actually a sand mine that also is from 1920s. We will explain further. This was the main line of trains that transport resources from the north to the south of Sweden past there. The train is inactive now, it's not anymore there. Actually, there is not even the trails, the rail trails are not there anymore. When we went there, we took some samples, and then when we going back to history and trying to find historical traces, we realized that some of the samples that we took from the ground were completely related with that. So it was this forensic or investigative method that we use to then understand what really happened in this geography. No? Now it's not anymore there, so it's just a sand mine, but before was very much the main area to transport coal, say carbon, to feed the industry in 1920s to 1940s. And we found some species, some lichens that were attached to carbon, to coal, and they were actually, we didn't understand at the beginning. We just see why yellow lichen is connected with a brown, black coal, and they were actually related with this, that the lichens were decomposing what used to be a transportation of coal or attached to the coal that was feeding the trains in 1920s and 1940s. Now that is kind of a investigation that moved in time and in space. So use time and space as a resource. If you go by, Rebe, then we have also Jogmog. Sorry, the sand mine, and just to see the other categories. Then we see a clear cut that is, as you know, Sweden is leading the market of wood. Is one of the most powerful wood industry today in the world, and that actually with index, let's say with statistics that say that is actually they are growing, the forests are growing in Sweden. No? So it's kind of paradoxical because they control or they are leading the market, but at the same time the territory is growing with new forests or planted forests. When we went there to see a clear cut, and one of the most devastating phenomena that happen after man-made exploitations. When we visited, was radical to see how species were trying to thrive on the top of rocks and try to respond to such an aggressive and violent forms of exploitation. No? Yes, Walter says, this map, thank you so much for this. Nice that Walter already started to find things. No? Okay, so Randy Yard, you will see that we will show more this area. Can you go back, Rebe? And then we have Laxere, that is a giant dam. And it was a territory used for the indigenous of the north, the Samis, and the Sami actually live, hunt fish around this area, and the area was flowed to create this giant dam that is one of the more strong resource. And with this dam, most of the electricity consumed in Sweden coming from the north. There's a lot of a leaking or a missing energy that comes because in these long transportations that you saw in the power lines, there all the electricity that is producing in the north need to go down to the south of Sweden. So meanwhile, the people in the south of Sweden is paying almost, I don't know how much more for electricity that coming from the north. Then also the people from the north need to give their territories to fit the entire country. So there is a lot of confrontations between north and south in Sweden around that. And also salmons cannot going anymore upriver. The dams have been stopping the evolution of these ecosystems. The river bedrock is almost exterminated, and we will try to find samples to see if something was alive. And when we took some samples, we discovered, yeah, there are bacteriological world still trying to thrive or recover or restore the damage and the violent acts that the dam produced. Same as new species, new mosses growing in this area. Now I think it's the algae. Exactly. Okay, maybe it's passing the information still. No? So then, that all these things were always correlated to each other. All this information, no, and we found actually lichen that it was actually contaminated with some of the mines. You can see that in the branches of the lichen, there are molecules of oxygens that show that they are absorbing carbon, and the lichens are actually producing oxygen. So they are quite related with the market of CO2 today. So in this green energy revolution that Sweden is actually promoting, that is confronting the reality that happened there. There is a kind of a exciting time to reflect about natural ecosystem today, but of course there is also exciting time to make business about these new green technologies. No? And if you're going back, so there is like said, then we have, let's say the last two was in Kivjord, exactly this one, that it was one of the ancient forests from the north of Europe, when we say talk about ancient forests, we are talking about forests of 400, 500 years. The rest of them have been planted. And some people argue that actually it's more green, the environment now than before. But you can see there that we thought we saw when Rebecca was drawing this area, we saw that the green of the ancient forest was completely different than the new forest. In the ground, everything is the same or looks the same. You never know if it's a planted forest. But just by drawing it, you discover that the intensity of the chlorophyll is different. So there is something that is missing there. Now, so the amount of species, when you make samples, collections are not the same. And there's a strong divisions making by borders, environmental policies, and also ecological legal scaffoldings or legal scaffoldings that trying to protect natural areas or reservoirs. We argue that should be evolving in an understanding of nature. No? Let's say that everything that we are doing or we plan to do in this workshop hopefully will give us some sort of hint that in the future could be also able to show another way to understand the environment. We consider that the natural protections, the reservoir, the green corridors, blue corridors are not enough. And they are not responsibility between countries. Some of these areas are dividing by boundaries. Some of these areas are actually sharing responsibility one country to another. And in some point, the people just clean their hands or in order to maintain the sovereignty or the natural environments became abandoned or neglected in terms of protecting laws. All right, and we also see how, if you see in this picture that Rebecca is showing, there is already a tourist. The line is still there, the line that divide the ancient forest and the new forest, but the growing of new tourist facilities that are actually almost touching the borders is something that we became a quite dangerous situation. So the samples that we took from these are fantastic. Now, if you can show the samples, Rebe, they are, when we talk with some of our, Andreas Lauer, one of our collaborators, ecologists, he was fascinating about, just in a Petri dish, he was discovered more than 20 species. No? It was quite fascinating to see, wow, for Rebecca and me, maybe were lichens, mosses, and fungi. When he put his instrument and see further and with more precisions, he was telling and recognizing more than 20 species in just a simple Petri dish. No? And that is something that is very important. We carry on with this and we like to transfer to you guys, is that we are not conscious about the nature that is outside of what we can see. And that is very much the goal or the aims of this workshop is to understand these microscopic landscapes as the key of regenerations and restorations of these ecosystems in the future. All right, so, okay, guys, so here we go. So we can, before the break, I would like to open the mic to hear from you. If you have some questions, comments, doubts, thoughts, please, guys, it's the moment to share. Yeah. Okay, should we make a break? We stretch our legs, grab some coffee, and we see each other in 50 minutes. In 11:40. Right? Okay. Perfect. Okay. We see each other at 11:40. I will type this in the chat and we'll coming back with more information, guys. And welcome everybody, everyone, the ones that are jumping into the session now. All right. See you very soon. Welcome back. Yeah. Hello, Agir. Oh, I can see you. Yes. Welcome.
Hello, thanks.
All right. Talking with my colleague, Rebecca here, we were thinking that maybe the best thing is to make the lecture now as and then as it was scheduled and make the groups, because then you can also see a little bit what it's about and then be able to select properly what is your field of interest. Is it okay, guys? You think that is better? Okay. Let's do this.
Do we wait for the others to?
Let's wait just a couple of minutes for the others. There are some people are jumping. And maybe can introduce what it's about. With the lecture that we're going to present is the work that we have been doing in the Laboratory of Planetary Diplomacy together with Rebecca and with the rest of the laboratory members in the Arctic region. It was we were quite exciting because last year the UMAR Research Centers gave us a small visionary project grant to push forward the research, and we went there. We took these samples that we were working with, we drawn, and we investigated. Some of the group of the laboratory were investigating from the ground, and some others were investigated from the lab. And we collide all these informations and present an exhibition in a small room in Umeå University. It was a very small exhibitions, but gave us the opportunity to test some technologies that we have been indagating and exploring also in academical courses in the master studio, and that it was a point that we encountered research and education. It was a beautiful moment that we were able to test new technologies or new methodological tools, and also protocols, research protocols. And then we will be able to bring it back into our studio, master studio, provide these tools, our students with these tools, and retrofit education and research. Right, so it was quite exciting to do that. No, all right, we have Nestaran is with us here, so in Aditya. Okay, I think we can just. What do you think? Yes, we can start. We can. In the multiple windows that I have open here, let me find. Where is it? The folder is here. Okay.
That's growing. Good.
Yes, we have more.
Yeah.
Oh. We will give you time to introduce yourself, guys, the one that are jumping now. Okay. Let me share screen. Wait. Slow. Oh. We are in the south of Sweden, in the middle of a storm. Hopefully our internet persists. Right. All right. The Nordic Arctic Atlas of Territorial Violence and Environmental Injustice, Delusional Technoscapes, Infrastructural Graveyards, and Post-Industrial Edens. And I like just to start to explain a little bit why this title. The polemic around Nordic and Arctic, and there's a strong discussion, especially in Sweden, of what is North and what is South, what is Arctic, what is defining Arctics, and all these border definitions, or let's say those distinctions between where North really start, or where we can name or consider an Arctic region, is have a very important implications in terms of cultural and social and political perspective, and even economical perspective. So the cost of electricity is different when it's considered North and South. There are a lot of cultural difference between North and South. There are indigenous communities that became excluded by that definitions. And for our point of view, especially is the definition of the Arctic as a region, as a laminar zone, more than as a boundary. It's not a line, it's a space. And that is what we try to carry on in the research. Now that all these definitions to try to put or compress or trying to frame natural environments always will be put it aside or exclude some of the social and biological considerations of the area, due to the fact that a natural environment should not or must not be considered an area that we can put a limit, but instead more boundary or a body of nature that fluctuate, oscillate, and have actually life. And when we talk about territorial violence, we are talking about aggressive forms of infrastructure that have been disrupted or altered the natural condition of the environment. And those alterations sometimes coming in rhythms or frequencies that we cannot see, or sometimes there are alterations that are visible for our eyes, like scars or quite a disruptive transformation of the geographies. Of course, we are more interested. What we try to do is to offer the tools and offer the methods to seeing alterations that they are not visible, and trying to put it in the public opinion to understand the consequence of this industrial exploitation. And we talk when environmental injustice is something that I mentioned before, is related with the legal scaffolding or the apparatage, or the jurisdictional framework that protect the environment today. We consider that is insufficient, sometimes trapped in terms of sovereignty, or prioritizing the idea of nations more than the idea of natural bodies, and sometimes also dividing or sharing by different countries, and in a kind of a limbo that we ask or we invite to reflect about the new forms of regulations or new environmental laws that are more accurate with the circumstances and the reality that happen on ground. When we create the subtitle, we talk about delusional technoscapes. We are trying to see that beside the natural escapes or the natural landscapes, there are artificial construction that is embedded in the natural landscape. We are not consider anymore a distinction or a polarization or a dichotomy between what is natural and what is artificial. We actually are trying to invite to see the environment in that combination, even that is hurtful to think that the natural environment is not anymore what it used to be. It's actually more realistic to understand that it will never probably recover or going back to what of a pure or pristine ecosystems, but instead to understand that yes, the artificial world is part of the natural environment now, and nature, especially these biological resiliencies, show us that they are more conscious about that, or they are at least responding in a more proper way to these technological implementations. The infrastructural graveyards is something that I mentioned also before, is all these territorial forms or territorial morphologies or formations that happen after forms of exploitation or a protocol of exploitations that ends up as a new geographies that responds, behave in a different way than the natural the pristine landscape, but even though they have a rhythm, a pulse that is interesting to understand. How those formations maybe could give us a hint of how will be the ecosystem of the future. And post-industrial Edens is a kind of is very much embedded. Our hypothesis is that we consider that these post-industrial graveyard or post-industrial territories could or should be or must be the Edens of the future. So spaces where new jurisdictional scaffold could be implemented and where we allow nature to thrive in a more free way and recover, and nature to take over, to recover, to restore, and to find new ways of correlate with those biological and natural environments, new ways for also human beings to relate with nature, and also to create other forms of correlations or coexistences that are not relation from natural exploitations, but instead of a cooperations and more integrative way to relate to each other. No? And I will start with this, especially reading these questions, how we can visually convey the depletion of ecosystemic bodies and cultural geographies caused by these industrial forces. And can we heighten climate awareness by exposing the agents that govern the landscape today? Can we envision these scarred and violet lands as a post-industrial Edens of high natural and cultural values through environmental rights and autarky? How can we address this challenge on the scale ranging from planetary to from the molecular to the planetary? And creating new ecological narratives is especially what we're going to do in this, or we are aimed to do in these workshops, and envision hypotheses for urgent ecological changes in the near future. And the landscape today are transformed into a mega territorial energy systems featuring landfills, power lines, mines, rail lines, clear cuts, dams, and other forms of industrial violence. Often leaving cultural heritage or industrial debris exposed. The industrial landscapes spread as a spatial continuum with its settlements and farmlands. Some infrastructural landscapes remain exuberant and not to be detected. And this image especially showed the different satellites that now the Sweden, Norway, and Finland has. Sweden is around 11 or 13, but this is very much the projection that NASA showed of how we have been creating an exoskeleton, let's say a mechanosphere of this artificial world, no? Let's say the artificial devices that they are covering beyond our imagination or beyond our perception. And what is important to see is that after Sweden launched all these satellites, the index of illegal exploitation of forest was reaching around 10% of the total exploitations. But now the control of these territories reduced these illegal exploitations to not more than 1%. So there are really a control mechanism that are covering the planet and creating an artificial network of exploitations and control that we like to highlight and see how those things are affecting the landscape today. So this rapid construction of synthetic replicas stimulate the public realm that still believe that in technological advances for control and domestication of nature. You can see there when we are, some of our speculation using the map of electricity or power lines in Europe. We put it in the AI and we asked what it will happen in the future if this rata of growing will still continue, and then ends in covering cities, making correlations between networks and forms of this invisible. Some of them are exposed, some of them, of course, are power lines that are visible, some of them are below ground, or some of them are actually as fiber optic cover or moving across oceans and seas, and they are invisible to our eyes. No, this is very much the plan of interconnected networks of Europe. You can see that one of the areas that we're gonna investigate is alongside this path. So the Arctic region is very much a boundary of 100 kilometers from the Gulf of Bothnia here in the south to very much Kiryok, or some of the area that is here in the top, and even more to Kiryok. So it's 180 kilometers. You will see it further in some of our representation. But the path that I did with Rebecca, that we were telling you before, was alongside this river that is Lolo River, following the track of Carbon Linnea in 1732. All right, but we would like to just show you how this exploitation of this river is actually sending electricity to the rest of Sweden, and even connecting with power lines that are moving across Europe. And that was something fascinating. We decided to go there, and quite inspiring, with the Critical Zone Observatory for Early Politics by Bruno Latour, which is a thought-provoking book that explored the concept of critical zones, which is something that we are addressing now, guys, or we try to address with this workshop, which are the thin layers of Earth's surface where life exists and thrives. In this book, Latour examined the impact of human activities and these critical zones, and the urgent need for a new approach to understanding and preserving the Earth environment. Our stops were along Lolo River, were the same stop that Carbon Linnea made in 1732. So Latour argued that the traditional divisions between nature and culture are not longer relevant, and he called for a new ways of thinking about the interconnectedness of humans and non-humans entities on Earth. He emphasized the importance of the interdisciplinary collaborations and the need to develop new tools and methods for studying and addressing the environment challenges face our planet today. Then you can see in Harad, in our simulation models, how we're trying to understand what really happened there. Some of this crack that happened alongside the Lolo River, and the magnitude of this geography or synthetic geography, the idea of a territory that has been subtracted for human purpose, and all the disruptions and disturbance that this crack create in terms of my bioorganism, actually around different species, no? Reindeers and that migrations that cannot pass anymore for these territories, and they are having intersected and blocking the natural flows of the environment there. But most especially, even is the nature that is thriving in these territories that became some sort of oasis of these Edens of the future that we anticipate. When we track some of them, we realize that there is an entire protocol of extraction and some logic behind these artificial networks that create new geographies and new natural formations. Some of them, so when we track and measure with very simple tasks, as we say, there's 40,000 football fields just across this network that I showed before. So then that nature have been performing as same, that artificial natures have been performing as well as perform the natural environment. You can see when we turn on those forces of nature across territories, regions, geographies, and grounds are still part of the natural form, despite the violence that has been imprinted at different ecosystem scales and levels. If you turn off all these layers, you can see that forest fire, then interacting with the rails, interacting with the fields in agricultures, and creating all these complex new formations. Some of these alterations are invisible. We are trying to highlight that to show to the public real, to the public opinion, what really happened with the environment today, because those alterations are invisible for us. And we even it's not just that we cannot see it, but even we are not sure what they produce. They are able to alterate the frequencies, intervals, and poles of nature. The rhythm of nature is completely altered, and some organisms behave in a different way, so that we are creating alterations in time, not alterations just in space. Some of these alterations even left new objects, let's say devices and artifacts and apparatus that cover the land, and they became part of nature. They decay as same of the natural environment, and then actually host new species and became the scaffolds of new forms of ecosystems. So the selection of these altered landscapes show new forms of organizations and cooperations that happening across species, reestablishing life and equilibrium, as well as cases where there was no nature left, where extermination and systematic erasures provoked by the forces of the industry occur. The cases reveal territorial violence by overlapping the expansive apparatus of distribution, change supplies with historical path, cartographies of living species, and soil maps. And by using the TRANSCALAR intersectional methodology, the cartographic present that we will show further, present the impact of these emerging landscape forms, blurring any sign of culture on the ground as urgently reaching a balance for the air balance. So then some of the exercises are quite straightforward. So we find ancient maps from the past. We overlap with the QGIS or metadata or landscape data, and we can see actually how this line that's supposed to represent the polar circle is actually not a line, but it's actually a natural body, or let's say a form that oscillate and fluctuate every 40,000 years. They move around 32 meters daily, and then they reach 180 kilometers wide. So it's actually a boundary, it's a laminar zone. And we used to understand that it's actually a line. And that is always related with this kind of a fascination to create boundaries and limits and borders, to create borders around natural environment. We need to understand that it's a living thing, a living entity that fluctuates and is able to move across these Arctic territories, move south and down in intervals that some of us not even gonna experience. And that is related with this time of the pulse of nature, the intervals, the frequencies that I was telling you before, guys, that we will never experience because they belong to a geographical time, to a geological times. So then very much the knowledge that we produce as humans is based on our understanding, the things that we can experience. Some of these tools that we are inviting all of you to use are actually allowing the public to experience nature, accelerating time and making them understand times that we will never experience, either by acceleration of time or either, as we said in our, as we title our course, by amplify the microscopic visions that we are not able to see. By doing that, by making these amplifications or accelerations of time, we invite the public to experience nature as they never experienced before, in order to develop some sort of empathy that for the natural environments and for ecology. Then with Hana, that you will meet tomorrow, we will making the experiments to put ancient map, and to put it there and to try to see if we can actually reach and see how the line was sometimes aligned, but sometimes not, because exactly these 67 degrees were not actually the same, but they were mutating and oscillating. No, see that I have a. No way. You haven't seen the. Are you seeing all the slides, guys? Yes. I receive a Walter.
No, I was before.
Okay. All right. I was thinking that you were missing the lecture. All right. Okay. And we still can see that there are, when we visit there, Rebecca and me was quite intrigued by the different monuments of the polar circle. No, all of them were situated in the same side, same place. Some of them even were abandoned. We were trying to reach or move across or trying to find that line, that invisible line, even though we understood that it was not anymore a line, but a boundary, was space or laminar space. Some of them are actually you cannot access. It's privatized. They are locked, and there are some of the natural most rich environment in ancient forests have embedded a military zone inside, protected. So there are kind of this always confrontation between military areas and natural reservoirs, and it was impossible to really reach or find it or tracking this area. But in our digital tools, we create an online platform. These assistants that Tomas will explain on the Friday, that where we have been uploading all the data that we will share with you these days in a planet. And the planet is parametricized, so they can upload data from different sources, and we envision that all the research that we have been doing together with the students and together with all the laboratory, we will put it there. We have been uploading these, for instance, these red boundaries are the ancient forests of the north of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. So you can see that they are scattering around all these northern territories. They are not anymore connected, which is a shame. Sometimes they are intercepted or disconnected by dams and power infrastructures, and disrupted by resource extraction. So that is very much our point of interest. So this wide, 180 kilometer wide, is this fluctuating area of boundary that move in these geological intervals. And these are some of the layers that we have been collecting, that you will have this data package to see how what the different kind of layers that we have been doing. For instance, this ancient forest that I was coming before, and the one of the biggest military area of the north inserted in this natural environment, and then some of the ancient forests connected with cultivating areas, or planted forests, and try to really discover the layers of these geographies. No, the cases of the studies that are that we will see through there are revisions from different living research laboratories, of course, that we have been creating, and the artistic display that we start after this exhibition intertwined with paragraph and note and footnotes to introduce the spatial dimensions in this kind of a forms of representation. The metascalar narrative that I presented now are visually augmented by artistic research methods. And that is something that we like to encourage you to use. Now that we are using artistic research, combining or intersecting with scientific research, but our goal is not precisely to remain in the fields of science, but actually use science as a form of gathering for other kind of research, where we are able to speculate and make creative and creative research or imaginative research that help us to understand what is the future to come, even that is speculative. In this space of junctures and polemics between perception, space, and environmental representation, the research developed new forms of experiencing the environment that sustain us, encouraging more diverse forms of spatial productions for living realities and method of sculptural and spatial analysis and communication. And some of the exercises that you will be running is to take these layers and put it together and try to turn on and turn off things to see what happened. This is, for instance, when we turn off the layer and we see the cultivation areas, the ancient forests, the military areas, we can see all these layers that overlap information in the landscape. The field trip that's following the path of Carbon Linnea's journeys alongside Rudolph in 1732. It's a field trip following that journey that described the plants, animals, and minerals of the area. They revisit some of the Linnea's sites to investigate new scales and perspective of the landscape, from plant life to microorganisms, to the aerial observations of drone camera that we use. The field research found that lineal sites are today areas of biodiversity, but at the same time of resource extraction. Linnea's map originally represent geological and water systems and has been transformed through this project into, or trying to see how in this project he has been transformed into the mega-territorial energy system of the north, featuring, as I say, landfill, power lines, mines, rail lines, clear cuts, dams, and other forms of industrial violence. The image that you can see now overlay is an image that Rebecca was trying to produce to overlay the Nordic Arctic field trip that we carry on with a map of Carbon Linnea journey across northern Sweden in 1732. Linneas drew maps of his roads and wrote detailed descriptions of each waypoint in his journal, which was first published posthumously as an English translation called Lechasis Laponica, a tour in Lapland. Is the book where we found this fantastic map. No? And some of the passages are quite exciting. Now, for instance, in Harald, he say, a beautiful clay was given, blue, rather quite fireproof. Also, not far rare iron ore. In the fields, there were Econite equidistum tenusium in Silvis, so which is the sheep tongue in the forest, the horse chestnut, and this is very much the translations that Rebecca was trying to do from old Swedish to today Swedish. No? But there are descriptions where Carbon Linnea identified that they were smell to iron. So he was saying, she was looking into the soil and seeing how the soil anticipate the minerals. Then in the six cases of that we present, that we put 5 of the cases now for you to share with you, we will address these six cases or six scale of infrastructural violence toward the construction of this atlas that we are doing together of man-made geographies and exploitations in the north, in the Arctic region. One of the visions that we show before, we presented to you before, is the Planetary network. And that which is the collaborative platform that I was showing before. There's a planet parametricized where we can upload information, the regional infrastructure that is the scene into continental and territorial visions, how this infrastructure expand. They not just are localized in a specific site, but they actually expand the forces in a regional and continental way. The industrial archaeologies, that is all these artifacts, elements, or leftovers that the industry left, that they are actually took it, when nature takes over and took it and creates some new form and environmental formations. The biotopes, there are, and some of you were showing your interest in microclimates. We actually were identifying very specific biotopes after an environment, territory is disrupted. They don't grow completely, but they grow in small cells. And those small cells of biotopes are able to recreate the condition of the soil, recreate the condition of the temperature, humidity, and some environmental conditions to allow other species to come. And then step by step, they connect to each other and rebirth the landscape. And that is what we will analyze, these biotopes, as same as the microscopic life and molecular landscape that we will be seeing through these microscopic visions. The industrial archaeologists, we have some immersive 3D environment. We're also scanning that some of you mentioned that have been working with the scanning. I think it was Atomical, I think, no? Yes, exactly. And we will put some samples of some elements, industrial archaeologists that we scan, as well as some biotopes that we scan. And of course, we took samples from them. And the microscopic life, there are some VR environment that we create, and we will be doing that across this workshop, right? So the methods on the field that we carry on as a team use comparative analysis of carbon lineals site using territorial analysis to conduct cartographic documentations of various forms of environmental transitions and exhaustions at variety of sites and scales. Our research methods include complex territorial modeling, collaborative living maps, 3D scannings and 3D printing, AI iterations, intersectional mappings, and transcalar material investigation. Very much what we will do across these workshops. The project used a combination of scientific and artistic research methods to document artifacts in the environment from analytical and speculative imaginaries. The idea of a collaborative Nordic atlas used all these materials in code with geospatial data to create a three-dimensional research platform for studying disruptive phenomena. The method focused on developing mapping tools and analytical and propositional method through multiscalar narrative and territorial medias for visualizing cases of socio-environmental injustice and spatial disturbance. The aims of these guys of the research is to raise awareness of how industrial infrastructure and climate change are impacted the environment and communities, and how this impact is in shadows. Cases of studies of environmental injustice and infrastructural violence are captured, and we trying to capture as different scales and temporalities. The result that we are presenting now and that we will planning to do with you are visually record examples of disruptions in the landscape, including human infrastructure such as forestry industry practices and mining extractions alongside microscopic organisms, contributing to the recovery of toxic and injured landscape. And this is what is more interesting, not how these microscopic organisms are thriving and contributing to the restoring these toxicities and injuries and the scar and the landscape. The research method also rethink work from specific natural ecosystems and the necessity for a more complex jurisdictional scaffolding, as I said before, able to recognize and protect the rights of nature bodies as well as imperceptible forms of life or planetary system at the same time. So in order to narrow down that complexity into objective parameters and intelligent comprehensions, the object of this research is to revisit condition of the landscape where nature was disrupted by physical and temporal disturbances, altering the reading frequencies and intervals of fluxes and processes responsible for the stabilization of the system. The disrupting phenomena are exposed by accelerations or decelerations or by simple amplification of data parameters. Also, evidence from the ground on a micro scale, as well as planetary network on territorial systems, represent a base for speculative exercise of analysis and synthesis. The temporal approximation and prognosis take historical narrative and database information to construct a meta-interpretation of the cases and future scenarios based on tracking terraforming pattern and territorial violence. So we argue, of course, that the problem relies on representation. To control, but instead to control is to experience and to sense and meanings. No? And that is what this artistic statement is produced. We, of course, use very simple collection of samples, as you can see, in all methodologies to take some samples and identify, as well as we went outside into the fields with Petri dishes and took samples and put it in these Petri dishes and bring it back to the labs to see what happened. We were there, experienced nature in a quite fascinating way, seeing more the fascinating world of microorganisms and species thriving in these injured and altered landscapes. And we found quite incredible forms of nature responding to these altered ecosystems. And some of the ecologists that we consult with, that of course they say that they are the same species, they are not mutations, but at the same time they are different forms of organizations that respond to the new geography result of the extractivist practices. And that is fascinating to see that they are a new, let's say, the new formations. They are man-made formations, but they are complemented with the growing of these fascinating species that take advantage of the leftovers that the industry produce to adapt their mechanism to survive together, cooperating within a quite complex labor organization of different species. Then those species are actually to resist the harsh environment of the climate in the Arctic, as well as the extractive violence produced by the industries. We put in these Petri dishes, and the samples, the microscopic samples that you will see are very much extracted from these different samples. And then we put it below the microscope, and we found a fantastic universe behind the microscope, as well as we're trying to recreate or regrow some of the bacteria or mushrooms that we found in the sites. No? When we put these microscopic visions into the AI image generations, we actually ask very precise prompt, and we invite you to be sharp in this sense, to use scientific data to put it into the prompts to recreate visions of the future based on that accurate data. So let's say to intertwine or intersect artistic and scientific research within this image generation. For instance, in this landscape, one of the conditions that we were interested to see is how is the rebirth of the landscape. No? And we see how these lichens, mosses, and motions, the pioneer species of recolonize or colonizers, as sometimes they call it. We prefer to call them a pioneer species. They actually show some sort of a phenomena that we call the rebirth of the landscape. And in this landscape, we were able to detect it in a quite precise way. So we were there. Most of this area have signs of risk to floods. People was leaving behind this risk after the construction of the dam, and they create these landfills that kill or almost exterminate the bedrock, the life in the bedrock, and we found this an astonishing bioengineering that terraform the cracks and the failures of these injured geographies. The infrastructural graveyard that the human society continue to produce today are taken over by these pioneer species that play a crucial role in initiating the process of ecological successions in the Arctic region. We see how these lichens attached to these rocks. Have you seen they are not original rocks? They are creating in a machine. They are put in there to create this landscape. But what is interesting is that these species, they are the builders who reestablish the ecological wounds, enrich the soil conditions, and enable insects and successional species to participate in the change of processes and corporations capable of resuscitate damaged landscape with a new biotopes and natural ecosystem bodies. You see how these lichens is attached to the rock, decomposing the rocks, then the moss come there, humidify the land, then you can see also fungi there, and you can see also successional species on the top. They are, once these species are able to recreate the conditions after such a forms of violence, this disrupted violence, then these species are able to invite all the successional species to say, okay, the conditions are okay to you to come again. So, and they just thrive from that. So it's nobody planted there, just they recognize the species that there's the conditions are okay to keep growing. Rebecca and me were camping there, no? And quite exciting to see they were actually microclimates, microecosystems that were sometimes around a tree, attached to a tree and creating like a cells. They were disconnected to each other, no? There was like they are showing the beginning, the rebirth of the landscape. We imagine that in the future, related with these intervals of growing patterns that those species, pioneer species and successional species introduce, in some point, these small microclimate, microecosystems and biotopes will connect to each other and will recreate the entire landfill into an ecosystem that thrive and actually restore the conditions of the landscape. It will not be the same landscape, we need to be clear. It will be a new formation. And that new formation that is actually a hybrid system or hybrid forms of ecosystems that are coming from our man-made geographies and the potential capacities of these species. And that is the hybridity that we are interested to investigate. And what happened, what we can see in our samples from the clear cuts, for instance, that happened in the 60s or the 70s, is that people don't recognize anymore what is natural and what is artificial. And that is what we say, that is not an ontological differentiation between that. So then people sometimes arrive to these areas that were disrupted or disturbance in the 70s or in the 60s, 70s, and they arrive and they are almost completely recovered. And they sometimes they say, wow, this is beautiful. These are such a beautiful landscape. And nobody can imagine that such an act of violence were happened before that. And that is what is confused today, that most of the environment have been manipulated and altered, and we are not able to distinguish or differentiate what kind of landscape were altered or modified before, because nature takes over and thrives in such a spectacular way that confuse us. Sometimes we actually consider beauty, or what the nature that we consider beauty is nature that is pristine and beautiful into our eyes. And not, as Alexander Humboldt used to say, that the nature that is beautiful is this one that is putrefact, that is smell, and that is not exactly beauty. So our eyes is actually trained to see beauty in everything that is organized, and that we related with nature. And it's not like that. So it's actually, nature is also everything that is decomposing or facing steps that are not exactly framed by the concept of beauty that we have today as humans. So in this case, it's actually happened something similar. It was a sand mine that prosper in the 20s and in the 40s. Rail trains were tracked or traced in this territory. It was the main connections on the north of the south, moving, extracting sand for constructions, and is very much related with the process of urbanization of the north of Sweden. And we found this map, ancient map, previous map, where we can see that the mine that we were visit, that it was inactive, that actually was quite active in the 20s and in the 40s, almost a century before. We actually detect that they were traces of industrial traces that help us to understand what really happened before. We scanning, we 3D printed, and we try to have some kind of evidence of what happened on sites. The area around is thriving in an amazing way. It's evolving, and it's almost the forest. So some of the trees almost reach 30, 40 meters, and we can say also track the timing of exploitation. It's kind of a quite delusional technoscapes that is there. But when we see it closely, and we found pictures, photographs from the past, we realize that these place were actually quite active in the logging industry, transporting materials, sand, and also logs and wood from the north to the south. What was quite main arteria that support the exploitation of the north. And we almost can feel it there. It was a landscape that have a very specific behavior. All the walls was covering by a green layer of lichens, and we detect that something happened there before. Some species, successional species, also have been moving already to the skirt or the hills of the mountain, the inclined wall, and thriving and growing from there. Some successional species that already identified that the soil was enriched by this microorganism. And what was even more impressive is to see and to keep tracking what really happened in this place. No? That you see that in the inclined wall, there are species that are trying to grow there once after the lichens and the mosses and the fungi reconstruct the soil. What is interesting for us is to try to track this in history and to see try to be something what the image, the imaginaries that remain embedded in the landscape that we cannot see, but there are some traces, microscopical traces that we can find to imagine what really happened before, when all these trains were feeding by coal and carbon to make the engines of these locomotors move. And when we found this, we then reconstructed and intersected with the samples that we have on ground, and finally understand why this carbon with this coal was why a lichen was attached to this coal. And we found why is a coal there, why is a piece of carbon in this territory. We never can understand because some of the rail trails were disappeared. So, but then by looking into this intersectional research and transcalar research and metatemporal research, we are able to go into the past, seeing what happened, that they were trains moving back and forward, transporting logs. And then we understand that these lichens that you can see, these white and yellow lichens, they were decomposing the carbon, and they were intoxic. When we put in behind the microscopes, we see how they were intoxicating by these compositions, but they were transforming the material and the new soil. And that is fascinating, that you see that the species that are in charge of recomposing and restoring the landscapes that we affect with our extractivist practice are species that we don't even recognize sometimes. We don't even know what happened. It's just when we put it in the microscope, we see the amount of effort and collaborative efforts that some species are taking, are promoting, or doing together to take care of our disrupted and altered landscapes. And even more, there were something fascinating that happened after these clear cuts. This area, Randy Yard, just to explain this image that I was showing before, is in the exhibitions, we put an interactive system that allow people to put some of these samples with a sensor, and then was activating videos where we put the microscopic visions and some of the quotes of Carbon Linneo about these specific species or these specific sites. But then this, the name of this area is Randy Yard. Is an area that is in a strong discussion today in Sweden. Is in court. Samis are complaining that a British company is planning to create a mine. The area has been disrupted by other forms of exploitations, and we visit there trying to find clues about what really happened, and we found these horrible scenarios of forests that were extracted in a violent way by a clear cut. As you know, is one of the more violent forms of exploitation. And when we were there, we were actually certifying our hypothesis, that some species create the conditions for successional species to move on. Together with Rebecca, we always have this discussion about the timing of when this happened. If this really happened before the clear cut or happened after. But nevertheless, it's an interesting hypothesis that we can see that how is possible that a pine grow on the top of a rock? What kind of conditions create these three pioneers species to invite or to make these species to think that they can grow on top of a rock? And you can see this is kind of a dirt already humidified with old moss and lichens and fungi is growing there, invite this pine to grow on top of it. It's a birch, no, it's not a pine, no, it's a pine. It's a pine, yes, it is. And you can see also that in the in the walls of the stones, they are an amazing, the walls became, it's beautiful because then became the wall, the stones became an island of survival and rejuvenation. It became the support for species to thrive on such a disrupted and altered landscape. If you see when we were droning there, despite this discussion in court, all the time receiving warning for not being able to drone these areas. All these areas are completely controlled. So we can see that there are always surveillance around these extractivist areas. And that is the power of the industry, to show some sort of a territorial control over this, that make almost impossible to go really there and discover what really happened. But this is what we saw, an amazing biotope, microclimate, microecosystems on top of a rock with all these fungi and lichens and mosses growing and creating this biotope on the top that invite these successional species to thrive in. We, of course, we scan them, we 3D print them, and we try to make samples to invite the community to experience the nature that happened after these violent clear cuts. Not so often, and not so much people have been visiting these places. So that for us was also important to show to our students, to also change the narrative of the logging industry today in Sweden, that say that the green spaces have been growing, but instead to show that they are a disruption that should be shared with the international community, and see what other species have been disrupted and push it out with such a violent forms of exploitation. So, for us, what is beautiful is to see that kind of a configurations that nature find to keep pushing themselves, the cooperative circumstances that they create with a very sophisticated forms of labor of each other, working together in a cooperation to make the nature grow again. Here you can see other successional species that grow in there, even berries growing on the top of the stones, that create this fascinating microclimate, microecosystems of biotopes. We also can see, when we scan it, we see that the possibilities to understand why certain intensities of in the shape of the rock, showing some intensities or densities of these forms of growing, and to then invite other disciplines to interact with our research or to use this for further investigations, as we were going to do in our workshop. And one of the last cases that I want to show, that is we were explaining this before, this is the contact between an ancient forest of 400 or 500 years in Kipjok, in the top, most on the top of the river, in a contact with a forest that was struck in the 60s or 70s around. So that was completely recovered. As you can see, it's a forest that you are inside. It's a beautiful environment, but you can see the difference between one and another. Sometimes the difference just relies or are embedded in the color of the chlorophyll and the amount of species that growing in these biotopes or microclimates. It will never be in the same, as we say before. It is nature already recovered, it's true, but it will never be in the same kind of nature, rich and prolific as we understand nature. So, and that is the things that make us think or reflect in the kind of resource extraction practices that we have today. And it's because nature recovers fast. And we know that nature always finds a way to keep growing. Then that gives us some sort of a license to keep exploiting. And that is a reflection that we want to share with you. That there is a violence that is embedded in the landscape. There is a violent act. There is a process of injustice that should be revealed in favor of nature, and to make us be conscious that is because we cannot see doesn't matter, doesn't means that the violence or the aggressive act is not there. And that make us more sensible into the planet, into ecologies. No? The type of despite of the logging industry is planning these chess patterns or different forms of exploiting the land, sometimes select in a selective extraction, so leaving special trees that they consider with values to nevertheless is a very aggressive forms of exploitation, as I said before, no? And you can see here the area, guys, that this is growing. This is the ancient forest. This is the area that was not protected. And then we can see here what Rebecca was mentioned before, forms of tourism that actually threaten is actually environmental tourism, because it's tourists that coming to see the qualities of the environment there, but it's threatening also the line of divisions between this protected reservoir and the area that is have permit of exploitation today. And when Rebecca and me took the samples, guys, it was fascinating to see that there were so many species there. They were so beautiful how they were attached to this stone. All the collections that we took, we bring it back into a laboratory table that we present in Umar Research Center, and we will able to share with the academical community our visions and our sensibility for the environment, to invite people to enjoy, also not young researchers, students, but also kids that visit the exhibitions and were able to wear a VR glasses, see in the microscope, and get another vision of nature, no? Get and develop that empathy that we need to protect the planet today. So the kids were able to use the microscope, same as the VR, and enter in a surreal, augmented realities and experience the environment from the perspective of a pollinator or from the perspective of a lichens, and see being embedded in a natural environment that they will never be never experienced before. And they will see inside of this the branches of the lichens, seeing with augmented glasses, seeing how these pieces of wood is not just that it's a piece of wood in a species, but actually there are many other species contributing to drive nature there.
You can see so
and many other species that we cannot see, but they are there also interacting to each other. So it shows us our misunderstanding of the world that's around us, no? And the invisibilities, the invisible worlds that surround us, that we would like to reveal to the public opinion, to develop that or experiencing nature in a more amplified way. When we put it in the AI, that this is very much the exercise of what we're gonna do. We took these samples, put it as a referential images, as we said before. And in AI, this is the exercise what we're gonna do, prompting with the specific Nordic species. We actually add in the provide materials in our folder one Word document that you can find some of them, and the explanation that I have been doing about pioneer species and successional species, and some of the most common species in the Arctic. So please have a look of that too, and with some relevant questions and answers for you to read. When we put it, we were immediately in the middle of this. So experience nature from the microscopic perspective. It was fascinating to see that, to see that there were an amazing landscapes, invisible landscapes behind the microscope. And also some of the sessions that we're going to run on Saturday, once you get your image on Friday, from Friday to Saturday, and at the beginning of Saturday, in the afternoon, we will also be running this with CREA and other tools that it will help you to manipulate the visions in a second iteration process. So you have you prompted, as you see, there is the prompt text for instance, the Arctic wheel or the Salix Arctics, and then you prompted for have this panoramic vision, and then we put it in Crea, and we prompt it again, and you with a pencil, you can move your mouse and actually manipulate it and see it in advance, no? And even prompt process of regenerations in 100, 200, or 300 years. So then what it will happen in the future with that. No, this is very much what we're going to do. No, ending in a very delusional microscopic spaces. No, understanding what will happen in between the water and some between the water and the other ecosystems, some more aquatic or more terrestrial ecosystems, some more winter visions and summer visions, actually invisible atmospheres and humidity and other more atmospheric conditions that often we cannot see. You can also prompt it and visualize it there, no? And to have another vision of nature that remain invisible to our eyes. Something that we did further, guys, that let's hope that if we have the time at the end of the Saturday to do that, is to then bring it back into your geographic maps or geographic cartographies. For instance, this was pictures of the mines that we put, and the pictures, we put it again in VR, in AI, I'm sorry, and we asked them to recreate again the environment to see what it will happen with this mine in a post-human scenarios, as we were telling you before. And the AI also took these cells, pieces of the samples when we prompted with the specificities, and you can have we have for the first time a vision that shows the molecular and microscopic visions together with the terrestrial visualization or the visualization of pollinators, but then also a landscape perspective and a territorial perspective. So all the visions connected together in one single panoramic. No? We prompt again the landfill, and we put it, this is the species that we identify there, what it will happen, and as well, we're trying to put this collage that we intersect both visions. No? And also in the sand mine, we do the same, and you can see that we have the specific conditions of the biomolecular and microscopical reactions in species, and then the patterns of growing and the performance of the landscape more in a terrestrial way, and how we envision that these territories will be in the future based on the pattern. No? And then we speculate even further. Let's say, okay, we like to imagine these post-human scenarios and what will happen with these territories. What happens if we stop the extractivist practices or the resource extraction, and we add some intervals of the species? Let's say how much need a birch to grow, how much need a lichens to complete their cycles and their intervals, and playing with time, the time that you investigate with your specific species, you can prompt it and see and generate images for the future in the microscopic, molecular microscopic territorial images, no? Until this last landscape that we produce, hypothetical landscape of future ecologies that we imagine that the planet could be in 200 years. It's still a nature that is a hybrid nature because it's growing over the scars of extractivism, but it's a quite promising future, ecological future, no? Where those landscapes could end in a quite amazing places. So we also can we run a session where we put the same landscapes in Crea again, and we also allow you to manipulate a little bit the result of in a third iterations in a different scales from microscopical landscapes and territorial to see how your landscape, the landscape will be evolved based on your investigation. For the exhibition, just to wrap up this presentation, guys, we decided to put everything in an exhibition room, as I was telling you before, and we envisioned the idea of to have theodolites theodolites are instruments quite particular. They are the ones that initiate every process of construction. No, the theodolites are instruments that precisely determine positions, coordinate, topographies, and of course contour lines, no, the topographic lines. The strategic operations are planned based on this information. They are, as you know, they are instruments of construction, but also instruments of war and demolitions and terraformations. The transdimensional theodolite that we imagine, we imagine that operate in an intersectional and metascalar manner. While it measure of Coll, it subjugate its replica, amplifying the reality that we do not see. The intricate network of exchanges and planetary coexistence, and with all these layers of different scales that we have been presented at the same time, showing the devastating consequence on microscopic landscape, and the same time as the restoring processes of the landscape of the future. And we show in the exhibition, of course, all the samples are 3D printed, microscopic, some things, industrial archaeologies, and the map of carbon lineals, same as these interactive things to more educational things to people to use the microscope or to place the samples in this interactive system. And our map, global map of environmental disruptions. Then we place all these different coordinate systems, the Arctic circle lines, the line and the boundary of 180 kilometers, as well as the national borders or countries' borders, water bodies, our travel path, and the different stops, and the different network of hydropower stations and power line systems, and all the geographical man-mades. And at the end was a combinatory of all the things that were mapped in the ground, and they say that all these medias and means of or transmedia manifestation and transcalar operations make the people understand that transdisciplinary intersections and speculative design projects, of course, to see this in the ground mapping, but saying the same point that we found collections, these theodolites with multiple images in different scales, and at the end, the drone visions landing in all these territories, as well as the VR headsets where people can see the different or inhabit the different microscopic augmented realities, and sounds of different things that we collect from sites that amplify our sense and make us understand nature with a haptic perception. And then were all these collections of traces were showing what is the river today, a completely meta territorial system that is a river still. There's water flowing there. There are species there, but they are intersected with all these artificial mechanisms to extract energy. And the room were the collections of all these. They were also the room. There was the physical room, but they were also another digital room. So when you put the glasses, you see objects. You see the same tank or silos in the middle of the exhibition room, and you can also access to platforms where you inhabit virtual reality, VRs or panoramic visions that we will show you how to do it on Saturday. Our students were fascinating of being there, seeing the physical conditions, putting the glasses and seeing that there were another elements like other industrial archaeologists there, and also debating about the possibilities of these tools to create environmental education, to young generations, to see what is the possibility to use the tools that we will learn this week, that we will practice. Most of you, of course, know it, that we will apply to this research, how they could be implemented even in schools, not just of architecture, but even in preschools, and how they can contribute to a more relevant research. No, when we put the glasses, you can select it. Of course, selected. Do you see the rocks, the stones that we were showing you before, guys? They were there, placed, so you can find the real microclimate and real ecosystem there. They were an area that you can interact in, an area that you can go out, but you can see the species, the giant rock of 3 meters in the middle of the room. No? They were there. They were showing you how alive they are. They were a planet with all the different coordinates and elements. They were the pieces of the rail trails there. Some archaeologies of the stairs that we found in this mine that used to be used for the process of loading materials and log as well. And in some point you can also see exactly these silos in the middle of the room with the videos on. There was multi-information. You always was injected with so many realities in simultaneous. There was a very amplified nature. No? You can be inside as a pollinator in this world of lichen, fungi, but you can also change the setup. And this is very much what we're going to create now, different words, microscopic words. And they were there in the work of the lichens that we showed before. And you can also change to this landscape, no? Inhabit the landscape of the future. No? So it's very much all the scales that we will do together. All right. Okay, so I will wrap up. I think to show you guys so there were the fear that it was these different biotopes simulating in spheres, the theodolites, and all these different conditions in the exhibition. I would like to show you, yes, some stills of the exhibition, the planet with the coordinate, as well as the immersive environment and the microscopic table. The research that we're going to produce, as we said, hopefully will be part of the Milan exhibition that we are planning for May. So feel that what we're going to do is relevant. The areas that we have been investigating are in these areas. We were planning to go to Norway and Finland and Russia, but it was impossible for us to cross the car. And it was difficult to pass the nation borders, but also all the highways going north and south. So it's very difficult to access and to move across these Arctic regions, which is very much the reason that it's in danger. It's so fragile territory. You know? You can see the scattering ancient forests. These red dots or territories are the ancient forests, and they are the ones that are in the Arctic region. They are these. And all these dots are the areas that we collect. We will share with you this link to you to move across the globe. And it's still a prototype that we are working with toward the exhibition in the Triennale, but it will be uploaded with all the cases that we already did, plus the continuation that we will do it together in this workshop. And there are some of the data already placed. For instance, our geolocalizations of the ancient forest together with the dams and the way that the dams intersect or disconnect these ancient forests, as you can see there. Also disrupting the reindeer path and all the indigenous traditional path. And this is our artifact or our platform, our instrument, or what we call it, the Atlas. We also are running another course that is called Mapping Changing Ecosystem in the School of Architecture of Umeå University, where we map places around the world. We have been doing also research in the Amazonas, and we have been doing research also around in other different places with international students around the world. So that for this exhibition, we will focus more in the Arctic as well as in the workshop. But of course, you are invited to join us in further exhibitions. No? And basically, the areas, the coordinates that Rebecca was explaining before, is these areas that you can see that we have all the transformations between that. And very much as the Atlas will work in the future is that they will upload researchers from our pedagogical environments, as well as organizations on ground that can also report or denounce situations that happen here. We were joining, for instance, organizations in the northern of Sweden claiming or complaining about mines exploitations, or in the Amazonas, indigenous communities that they are having killed, murdered, or assassinated for being active, environmental activists. And it's something that we consider that is important in the future to give them this tool. People can interact with a chat inside, denounce or place pictures or photographs, interact with other students, with other researchers, and create a network of participants, what we call it the environmental army, that trying to confront or give the battle to these extractivist practices and find the way to rebalance the energies of the planet. No, the instrument that we are using, very much how it works, is that you enter. This is a previous version, but you enter in territories. Every territories have geographical data and all the landscapes with all the different layers of exploitations. You can interact with them with different resources. You can work also inside. We have a license in Speckle, the educational license in the Speckle group gave to us that. And then also that we expect to give us a possibility to run different educational or pedagogical environments that together work together with communities on ground and on organizations on ground, open environmental activities or communities that take care of this perspective of nature in a different dimension. So I would like to welcome you to be part of this initiative and feel included as a student, as a part of this initiative. And we hope that this could be encourage you to have another perspective from the environment and have another vision for the future ecologies that we are promoting. So thank you very much, guys. Yes. I will stop here. Okay. Oops, now the movie is then silent. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. So before the break, of course, let's thank you, Aram. Thank you, Agil. All right. Thank you, Avi. Washa, very nice. Okay, so do we have questions, thoughts? Please feel free just to share your impressions. Let's encourage our participation in this workshop, guys. There is nothing good, nothing bad. It's nothing that should be evaluated. It's just the idea of these discussions is to enhance our interpretation of nature and have other perspective and verbalize our ideas. So please feel free always to interrupt and share your ideas, share your thoughts, and let's construct imaginaries of the near future together. Okay, so there is any question, thoughts, comments so far? I open the mic. So we make a round. Yes, let's make a round just to conclude. So yes, shall we hear from you, your impressions, Walter?
Wow. Arctic Circle. Beautiful. I love your idea of what's hidden below the ground and the history of what's happened before, and kind of the the idea of the autotrophs reconnecting and re-seaming together these scars. It's kind of the most beautiful version of scar tissue that I could imagine. Love lichen, mosses. Wow, Sweden really has some spectacular autotrophs. So looking forward to digging into your files a little bit more, and God, right up my alley. Love that stuff.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right.
Maybe we should talk about if there is preparation also.
All right, so can we share your thoughts? I just want to name people that is just here, okay, just random. Rubab, that Fatima, exactly, yes. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I can go second person.
Okay. Okay.
Shall I speak?
Yes, please, Nathan. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I really enjoyed your talking, and it just broadened my horizons because I kind of have a little bit information about the landscape, and now I'm really interested in, and I can't wait to see that what we are working on, and things that we're going to work on. And but I have a question from you. I don't have any experience in VR. I just wanted to know that does this affect my during this workshop, can this affect my impact, my outcome?
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much for your comment. And don't worry, okay? So the workshop have different levels of complexity. So it's because we didn't know all of you, and we didn't know your profiles and your skills. We decide to make it more open and more transversal. All right. So there will be a very simple tools also from in all the sessions, and that not require previous knowledge. And also for the ones of you that are very much more specialized in a specific tools, there will be the possibility with the tutors to get deep into a more complex issues. All right, so don't feel there is no problem with that. Okay, so tomorrow, for instance, if I can just exemplify this in a way, so we will have tools that Cesar will introduce for Google Earth that are super straightforward tools that doesn't need, you just need to download Google Earth, so it's very simple. But also we will have Hana giving data package in QGIS, and I guess some of you already manage QGIS, and she will introduce the way that she used the data package to turn on and turn off the different layers of the landscape that we analyze, and in a very basic way anyway. So so if some of you already use QGIS, you can receive this information, work with your skills, and if you want a special support for Hana in the afternoon, Hana can just help you if in the case that she know some of the ways to access to the information that you don't know, so don't be worried about that, okay? In case of the session with Grasshopper, I would say that is very much could be the more complex because not everybody use Grasshopper, but in this sense, Tomas will explain a very simple algorithm that he has been using, and at least all of you will be able to upload the algorithm and manipulate it with the slide, and we are okay. And and on Saturday, the tools of AI are very simple. So it's just to get Midjourney or any other open source that you have, and you can upload the material that we have been providing, that we provide already. I'm sorry for you, and prompts, and Aram and Irina will make it very easy for all of you. All right. So for the ones that already have been using that, you can have a more direct session with each of them. In order to, if someone wants to test something with Blender or some more complex things, you can also ask Aram, or if you want just to use the normal tools for produce image generation in Midjourney, you can use it very easy. Okay, so there is no previous knowledge for that. And I guess in an hour you will be ready to manipulate the images and produce your own images. Quite straightforward. Right.
Again, thank you. It was wonderful.
If some of you want to know also about VR, so Aram will and Irina will show you how to make the VR panoramic view. That is a software, also it's an app that produces that so it's quite straightforward also. But if some of you want to know some tools about programming and VR, so Irina also can give a space for you in the afternoon for that. Okay, so let's make the basic knowledge at the beginning of the session or at the beginning of the afternoon, and then we can program groups, some rooms for each of you if you want a more specific tutorial. All right, fantastic.
Time to actually have it on. If there are any comments.
Yes, could be, huh? Yes. Yes, at least to hear some of the ones that we don't know. Can we hear from you, Abby, maybe? So can you share your thoughts? Just what you can, just okay. Okay, you want to read? Yes, I'm sorry, I cannot talk, but it was really amazing. It was a new perspective for me on how to study microclimates and landscape. Also nice, so nice that I know you was interested in microclimates, and I'm also so excited to learn more and hope this will open new horizons in my research. One small technical questions: when the video will be shared on YouTube?
Today.
Yeah, today. Yeah, we can share. You can share after the session immediately. Okay, guys. So and thank you for the comment. Yes. Can we hear from you, Fatima?
Yes, sir. It was really amazing and to discover like how you showed the new species of microorganisms that we found, and I'm actually hoping to use more and discover more in this workshop.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Have a look of this. Unfortunately, Fatima, we will not have the microscopes. But as I said, I see we will see each other in some point again, hopefully. So, but if you had the chance to have this experience after the training in the workshop, to take the microscope, it's always fascinating. It's like I come back to the school. We always, when we do that, we recently, I don't know, some of your colleagues here that were in the micromolecular landscape in IAC, when we just turned on this electronic microscope, was like was an excitement to go and discover. No, but I'm happy that you mentioned the word discover, because it's the attitude, that feels again as we were kids, that is the research is joyful and it's always about discovering new things, and finding path and traces of new knowledge. So very good. Right, can we hear from you, Aki? Thank you, Patrick. Agil, are you with us? Yes. Yes, can we hear from you, Rida? That we haven't heard from you. We make an introduction at the beginning, but we didn't hear from you. Are you with us? Rida Said? No? Sundas, you want to follow up? Are you with us, Sundas? We haven't met you. Haven't met you. And I guess Tomiko, or maybe you. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Well, really great. I think I'm really interested in the microorganism. I remember I have one friend that he is a photographer and he bought the microscope and we can see another world inside of the atom. And I can, yeah, really interesting in this workshop because we can uh, maybe playing with the micro and to the macro object with the tools from AI, from VR, and this is really interactive. I think this is really more brought my perspective and also clearing my at the first or the workshop I really confused about this workshop actually, but this time I get more clear about the workshop and the outcome. Thank you, sir.
So nice to hear this. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. After this, we thought Rebecca was thinking that it was interesting to show this. It will give us a hint where we're going, so it's better to see it in advance. So thank you so much for the comment. Very nice. And I think is yes, Russia. We haven't given you the word. Yes. Oh, okay.
Do you have my sound?
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, that was interesting. So much great topics and so much great journey through the scales from the so small scales to the larger scale. That's so interesting for me. I hope that I can add some idea to this and I can use all these ideas in the group that maybe come up during the workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rasha. I'm very sure that yes, and nice to have your knowledge about landscape in this. I think it will be exciting to make the research. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Of course, we like.
Vincent?
Yes, you want to say that? Yes.
No. I was asking if anybody else.
Yeah, of course. We will give the word to the Atakan, Shuton, and Sevan. Who?
Could you hear me, please?
Agil, yes, so nice. You're there. Yes,
All
please.
right. Yeah. Just I wanted to give my thanks about this presentation. This course absolutely represents exceptional opportunity to historical knowledge and a practical application. I think I'm enthusiastic about engaging deeply with the material and tools provided. I'm really keen to the integration of advanced tools like Rhino and Grasshopper and AI visualization promise to offer a cutting-edge perspective of landscape ecology and regenerative design. But sorry, I'm not a good English speaker. I really keen on to this topic, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's super clear your English. Okay, don't worry. So I guess most of us, maybe our English is not our mother tongue.
Thank you.
So don't, and
Thank
very
you,
nice
Maya.
comment. And very nice comment. Thank you very much also for this.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you with us, Atakan?
Yeah, I'm here. I just don't have too many things to say.
It's
Maybe
nice to see your second look of this. Well, I know it was a
it's
little
nice
bit
to see
different
you
than the
too.
one that you see, but you saw already.
Yeah, I mean, what I can see is maybe for the friends as well and for ourselves as well. it's kind of inspiring that approaching nature and landscape as not just a part of the, let's say, the environment and part of the architecture, but there is different layers depending on the place that we live in, and there's different approach on the ways of the design. So in that sense, it's kind of exciting and inspiring. I can mention that. But other than that, I don't have any something specific or question.
Thank you so much. Very nice point. Very nice. Yeah. This intersectional way of thinking, no, is something exciting to keep encouraging. So nice. Yes. Sevan, yes. Some word from you.
Yeah, it's just like it was interesting that like I think I it was my third time I think I was having the pleasure of listening to this lecture. So it was still interesting, and there were still some points that I missed out still, and it was like interesting to go through. And like you added some parts, and it was super interesting, and like yeah, it was just so exciting to see it. And like it's like a flashback of like you know when you watch Harry Potter again, like you still find some stuff and you refill it. So I had that feeling, and after the like projects we all did, like it's like so corresponding, and they're all so like bond together. So it was such a cool experience. Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's for us the same. I guess Rebecca and me, when we see it again, the pictures again,
Yeah.
it's nice to have that, no, to come back and see how you are evolving, but also how the knowledge that you gain from other sources make you understand again the work that we produce in a different way. So it's a very nice point. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like you find new aspects that you didn't like pay attention to them, and then like you feel it. Yeah, exactly. True. Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see your lectures also in the coming days.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, exactly. For the ones that are jump later, so we will have here. I can see Atakan, Sevan, and Shutom that participate in a similar previous experience called Molecular Landscape in the landscape series of workshops that we have been doing. They are again with us. They subscribe again. So, but they also will share their work. The work that they did in the Institute of Advanced Architecture of Catalonia. The topic were not the Arctics. We were investigating the territory, the Barcelona, let's say, as in the regional perspective of Barcelona, same as local perspective. And they will present tomorrow and the day after. We will have 2 presentations each day that will also give us a hint or how we can apply these tools. All right. So thank you so much. Shuton, are you with us? Yes.
Yep, I'm still here.
Yes.
Yeah, super excited, and yes, it's a different lecture, and I saw the different project you share with us. Yes, but you guys are so super excited to focus on the ecological part, and not only focus on the landscape, and also, you know, the normal problem of the world, or the CO2 emissions. Yes, for me it's super excited, and I'm very excited about the coming days of this workshop. Thanks.
Very nice point, Shuton. Very nice. I like there is an ecological dimension and there's a landscape dimension, and of course there is an intersection between that. No? That is quite it's a nice secret for this, to find resource information, use resources that maybe belong to other disciplines, but bring it into the discipline that you are doing and intersect it. That kind of things works pretty well. All right, Rebe.
All right.
Yes.
No, I can just make a little summary of the.
I want to hear from you, of course.
Can
we make the secret of the mic?
Yes, let's do it. Or do we have a no? Okay, 1 second. Let me turn on if someone else says something.
No, but I will just wrap up with saying, like, trying to make it concretize a little bit. I always like to do that. So we were kind of making intersectional and transscalar research through analog or on a range of analog to digital methods and tools, with the idea or with the intention to visualize, contextualize, augment, and present future realities or scenarios or speculations. What we will do then how we will try to do this in the coming days then with Cesar, we are trying to expose the scars in the landscape tomorrow through the evolution of the exploitation. And with Hana, the understanding the layers of industrial forces or the extractive industries. And then with the help of Tomas, we will try to animate the patterns in the landscape, or try to read and perhaps augment patterns in the landscape. And then we will, with the help of AI, then reach the kind of speculation and the and again augment maybe the things that we can't see, which is both in terms of scale, but also in hidden what do you say, hidden layers, kind of. So I guess that is my conclusion, just to make it fast. So I guess, I don't know if everybody that wanted to say something have said.
I think so. No? I just want to say that I'm sorry. No, thanks so much for this fantastic summary, and actually the way that you put the goals of this workshop together. No? Methodologically, this intersection between the idea of transcalar research, that is important. That is maybe something that you would just mention, but I like that Rebecca is trying to explain it further, guys. And especially the idea to make transcalar research support by the intersection between analog and digital tools, no? And that is we don't have the analog perspective, but the samples, we can say that is an analogical information, no? And also Rebecca mentioned the idea to visualize a scenario. So it's not just a fascination to see or to produce images in Midjourney because it's fun, it's nice. It's just that we believe that this production of new scenarios, of the new ecological perspective, is actually a way to anticipate the things to come, and also to engage our understanding of nature. No? I like also that Rebecca brought again the idea of the hidden layers of the landscape, and this is the reason that we're going to have, exactly as you explained, the sessions with the growing pattern in grasshopper. So we, of course, we will try to simulate growing patterns from the species, but also it would be nice, as Rebecca suggests, to understand the growing pattern in the landscape, to see if we can find correlations between the way that these species grow and the formations or the pattern or the landscape patterns that anticipate possible flows or formations in the landscape, in the territory. So thank you again. Always very. All right, yes. You're gonna mention just before to go to the break, guys. If you want, we can make a break for lunch, and then some of you already start to mention some particular interest for the oh yes, he was hearing me. Yes, yes, particular interest for the group. let's take this our lunch to, decantate and filtering our ideas and thinking your interests. And we're coming back and we examine the groups, right? That's what you have in mind. Yes.
Yeah, and
I turn off, yeah.
no, it's okay, it's okay. But also I was thinking about the reading, but
Yes, and explain the reading and that, huh? Can you mention?
okay.
So we can.
No. For the reading, yes. So in the schedule we were saying at 3 o'clock, but maybe it should be that since it's almost 2 o'clock. Yeah. So at 3 o'clock, which is 1.5 hours from now in our time here, we can meet again and we can divide ourselves into the group. So you can think a little bit about maybe what you prefer to focus on. And then in the end, to start and maybe look into the material. And you can start looking into the material already. You say that you can access and everything is okay, right? In the drive that we sent. Yeah. Yes, great. And then maybe we can at 4 o'clock, so an hour later, we can meet again. Perfect, drive works well. And then, at 4 o'clock, we can meet again and maybe discuss this first text. So I don't know if you had time to read it yet, but it's very short. Or otherwise, maybe you can try to find some time to read it. Or yeah. Wait, you are muted. Okay, I will.
Yes.
Okay. Now you can hear me, right? Yes. Yes, we were planning to be in 2 rooms, but it feels like a little bit uncomfortable to be in 2 rooms. So. But yeah, yes. So let's do what Rebecca suggests. So we see each other at 3. We will have 1 hour and a half to 1 hour 20 minutes for the lunch. During the lunch, if it's possible for you guys, have a look of the article of Benjamin Bratton, the Sanji Orchid. It's a quite short essay. You will read it in 10 minutes. It's just quite short. Yes, so it's 1 page, 2 pages. Yeah, but just the article of I don't know if we upload the entire book or we upload just the article. No, you were saying this, Walter. Yes. Oh.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. But it's not the entire book.
It's not the entire book, yeah.
You're not reading the entire book.
That's the reason that Walter was saying that it's thick. No, yes. Is the article is or the essay is called the Sanji Orchid. We can put the page here in the chat.
It says first essay after the foreword. You can in the email. Yeah.
It is. Have a look of the PDF that we upload. Benjamin Bratton's have been focusing this idea for a while. His texts are fantastic, and his critical approach is fascinating, and especially it's a super interesting theoretical and critical background for this workshop. It's a very short essay, but it's sharp and it's exciting to read it. Have a look, you will read it very fast, and it will really put you in the directions that we want for the workshop. Have a look of this during the lunch. We see each other at 3, and at 3 we can organize the groups and the topics. Yes, we organize the topics, and we leave you to have a session at least of 1 hour to work, right? And then we're coming back to the Zoom room, and we have a short round, right, to close this session, right? During this hour, working hour, we like you to go into the observation of the samples, and also to try to investigate a little bit further the sites, a little to Google and try to or ChatGPT or whatever you use to try to get more information about the sites that we are providing. All right. So basically, we ask you to see the samples during the working hour, to look into the specific sites that we will assign after we come back. And then we're coming back with the first impression about the site, about the reading of Braton, and about your first observation of the sample. Is it clear? It sounds clear?
Let me send
Yeah.
the link here.
Okay.
Wait. Someone wants the link. Mm.
Nice picture. You're fine, Walter.
Here is the link to the drive where you can find the readings. And as we said, it is the first essay after the foreword, The Orchid Mantis of Sanchi. Yes.
Okay.
Everybody on board.
Bon appetit. So see you after lunch, guys. Maybe some of you, I think that Abby is in her dinner or something like that. Or some of you are, yes. So see you at 3 o'clock at 15. It is, Walter. It's a super beautiful connection. It's super inspirational. You will enjoy a lot. All right. Have fun and nice to meet you all, guys, and welcome. See you at 3.
See you later.
Hello, Agil. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
How are you guys? Hope that
Everything is good.
Hope that the lunch was not so rushed. You have time to cook for yourself and get some food.
Or
Yes.
make breakfast or dinner wherever you are.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe
Okay, well,
maybe
yes.
we can start and just if someone wants to who wants to
Should we? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so we are ready to start. Maybe Rebe, you can share the I would like to just come back very fast with the maybe if you open the email, see the days,
Yes.
and to have a very short look of this. And are you with us, right, guys? I think I heard some of you, and I know that I guess that yeah, okay, yes, okay, Racha, thank you so much. Yes, so we are in the phase one, in our first session, where we have been unfolding the concept of intersectional mapping and transcalar research. We already introduced the sessions and have the lecture of the Nordic Atlas. We have been making rounds with the different opinions from much of you. And we explained the material package that we hand out for you to initiate the research. And now we are in the research time that is for 15 to 17, when we just want to be share with you if you already have some preference and to start to set up the groups. Okay, so after this, we will give you the time to then meet each other before 17 to have a first round. What we are asking you to do today is to have a basic understanding and formulation of the problematic with the area of investigation through analytical images and diagrams. So basically, after the selection of the group, you go through the folders that we prepare in advance for you guys and have a look of the area, try to investigate further that in ChatGPT and Google Earth and Google and as well as in Google Earth, and trying to get familiarized, get close to the area of investigation. We also suggest you to make some very basic historical backgrounds of the sites, anything that you found there, historical pictures, historical maps, and some paragraphs that become interesting to start to use as a kickoff. Let's just please feel free to use it. As well as we ask you to have a look of the images that Rebecca was explaining, the macroscopical images, and just put your curiosity and your observation on them, and come back with questions, doubts, thoughts after the research time that we will provide you now. Yes, so
some folders, some sites have less material of one kind and more material of another. I don't know.
Yes.
If they can be.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Some some of the sites, some of the folders with the sites there are more material and some are less. I mean, the material is varying. Some sites have more microscopic images, some sites have more maybe photographies. So I don't know if you had time to look into the folders, but yeah, you can just get familiar with the information that is there. And we will try to also fill that with the information that we have. Yeah, there should be a good base to start on in all of them. Wait, no, you.
All right, so remember that tomorrow we will have the Industrial Forces and Infrastructural Network session, where you will receive some tools to track the area of investigation, and you will have, of course, guys, more time to get deep into that. So what we are asking for to having a research session now, and also a short discussion at the end, is to just jump into the material, have a first type and explore and Google or ChatGPT some of the issues that we are providing to you. And there is also another document that we like to share that is, maybe you can show it, Rebe, that is a Word document with some information of the species that we collect from the Arctic, with some Q&R sessions that we have. So you will have some questions and you will have some answer about that. And we encourage you to read this, as well as to read the short essay of Benjamin Bratton that we provide you before. So you have there, this one is the seminar reading. Remember that is after this, there is after the first introduction, you have a very short essay, and then you have another reading that is, I think it's this one, no?
Which one?
The one from the species.
Oh, yes.
Have a look of this, and in this one, you will find very much general questions and general information that we like to provide you. Okay, so if everything is clear, we can just ask you about your particular interest. Otherwise, please come back to questions immediately just to clarify. And maybe we'll put the view of the gallery. Okay, and ask you, I just we'll go in from my right to the end, so shoot on. Do you have some preference, or you already have some sort of idea where to go, which of the case you would like to take? Are you with us? Shoot on. Seven, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What is do you have some preference, something became exciting for you to research in the group for the topic of a study?
Are you talking to specifically me, or you say shoot on?
Yeah. Okay. So first is last we went to botanic that garden, and to that project is on cutting down that tree, and we focus on that tree has a ecosystem. It's a ecosystem inside, and we do the approach of that inside, and they have a, we focus on the ants and their group. They also have a system, and they also have a society. So we combine that with the society with our human society, and of course is, in our view, is like sometimes you can find same logic of the different society, and you can find maybe we have workers, they also have workers, and they also build their world like a big ecosystem world. So that's very interesting as the first time we went into there.
So this seems like it's quite nice you to choose maybe the clear cut, the Randy Jar clear cut case, no?
Right.
It's quite close to the topic. So what do you think, Rere? Sounds good.
Yeah.
What folder is it? The
Radio. Exactly.
Exactly. So the clear cut in Randy Jar. That is perfect. I think it's very nice to you to give us some sort of a continuity of what you were doing. I'm agree with you, Shutam. Go for it. Sounds nice.
Also I was thinking like, should I wait or like I can say it later?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to know if do we have numbers in the cases? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is group 3, exactly. Randy out is group 3.
Okay. So let's start like this individually, and then okay, look at Walter is suggesting to work in the same field, so you can work together. Shoot on if you want. Okay, you can work separately or you can work together. So but join forces if you are willing to. Okay, so just we can say that in group 3. We can have initially Shoton and Walter. All right. Okay, thank you, Walter. Very straightforward. Perfect. 7. Sorry. Yes.
No, I'm actually sorry. So basically while you were like presenting, I was thinking like I noticed there is this thing that you were talking about that you extracted data from GIS and like about how the paths of connections has affected massive corruption in nature scale. So like I was thinking like this can also be trained as like through machine learning, but like also like if you remember previous time that I did machine learning, like it was for just it wasn't a very good training because it was just it was based on one class. So I can do the same molecular composition recognition by AI in very bigger scales and like in better classifications with the microscopic pictures that you recently collected. So I can do this. And yeah, I actually started researching yesterday about the machine learning that has been done in this area. I have run into some good articles. I can show you them. But like for understanding the molecular compositions, we can use the previous code I had, but better because that was just in one classification. Like I compose them based on the connections, but I can go way deeper, like to carve into other layers as well, so we can get much reliable result. So this is like generally my idea, but like since you know the skill, you know like the project, how you prefer, like not prefer, but like how you think it's going to work better generally. So I'm totally free with like the task that you might give me or like whatever you think it's better is just fine. And you know like how you have worked with me, so you know like what I generally would like. So like I'm totally free.
Sounds fantastic. So I like what you are explaining. Yes, yes, right. No, I think it's great. No, but I was suggesting maybe, yeah, I found 2 things. One, I can see in two cases. One, the Harald power lines because address the condition of the territory. And also you could relate the traces of the territory with the molecular. That is something that we have been discussing with you. No, I remember that you told us about that in our last meeting. No, the idea of apply the same coding to the regional territory. So I think it's nice there. No, also have the big maybe the power line map of the Europe. And then maybe land with the molecular or the microscopical views that we have from the power line areas. No? And Rebe was suggesting also Laxere, that is a dam, a landfill in the dam, that is quite similar to what we investigated before, because there are species in the water, in a bedrock that was quite affected. Also could have the relation, the scalar relation, territorial scalar relation that you want, because it's a river, and you can analyze the logic of the river and the stop in the dam, no?
But we don't have so much microscopic images of Laxere, that is the thing, so maybe.
Okay, so but we have the movement, no? I think that we have the species moving in Laxere,
Okay.
which is nice, no?
Mhm.
Was a video where some microorganisms were moving.
Yeah.
Do we have?
I don't think it's Laxere, no.
Okay, have a look of these two cases, okay? And you can come back to us later, but it sounds perfect what you are thinking.
Perfect. Okay,
Go
cool.
for it.
These are actually what you said are colliding with what I read. So I read them in detail and then I share them with you, like in group, like we can see it. Like I will send this research that I found. Cool.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
I was suggesting that maybe we could have a second look of the microscopic samples from Laxere.
No.
Because I remember that we have also videos from something that was alive that we were quite excited. Something was
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, these two cases are perfect for you. Okay, address the two.
Yes, yes, cool.
Right.
Thanks.
Agil, you was mentioned something about cultural heritage before, no? Isn't it? Are you with us, Agil?
Yeah, Maestro. Right now, I have no specific idea, Maestro, but about for example, future archaeology, I think, and I read the mantis adaptation and resulting new architecture become a form of future archaeology, where the remnants of human ambitions are now the foundation for new kinds of, for example, new kinds of existence. And I'm thinking about some exploration via Midjourney, something like that, to find a new generation, to find specific types of molecular systems, and find a relationship between, for example, some bonds, some generation, as the mentioned essay remind that our impact on the world is part of a larger, more complex narrative that expands beyond the human-centric view of progress and success. And I really like to follow some exploration via Grasshopper or Midjourney or something like that. But overall, I have a bit confused about choose a specific topic. Yeah.
Yes, we will do all the things. Okay, Agil. So this is very much where we're going, and I found very exciting what you're saying. So I think in future archaeologists, I think that there's three things that could, and also Rebecca also suggests something. So either again also could be to imagine the power lines as a case of Harald's, and in general case, what it will happen in the next 50, hopefully before 50, 100 years, maybe we change the electricity systems and the net and the grids and the electricity power grids. It's something that have been a lot of discussed, that make micro power grids, and it seems that something's coming quite soon, no? That all the traces of power lines will become obsolete in the next 50 years, probably, and that will be quite exciting to investigate further, to create visions of the power line as a future archaeologist, no? Something that in the near future could become quite obsolete fields, no? And giant lines of a possible new ecosystemic bodies. No? This could be one. I think that is quite exciting for you, no? Huh? Also, like said, yes. Also the dams could be also investigated as a future. The discussion about dams is very exciting. Some in Sweden, some of the couple of projects have been also dismantling some dams, which is very exciting to see, how such a giant infrastructure could be dismantled or disassembly in order to try to put back the river in the natural or in the similar condition that it was before. Or this is one, or the other perspective is to imagine that the same dam are actually holding other forms of ecosystem. This could be also exciting. I can also think on you, I don't know, Ray, what you think in the mine, the sand mine could be also this whole remained there for a century ago, and it seems that it's going to remain for the next century. And it seems that it could be exciting to see what will happen with these cracks and these failures or scars in the landscape. Also here in Sweden and around the world, the mines have become a quite used or common scenarios for future regenerative projects. Some of them filled by water, some of them using as scenarios or public areas. So it would be nice to see how these became also future archaeologies. And the last that I can say is maybe give you the area of housing that are this development that happened beside the forest could also in the future or remain there or could be took by nature and transforming another thing. No? But I am agree with Rebe that it could be something more related with infrastructure. It's more powerful, either the power lines or the dams or the mine as a physical scars, as a physical constructions that that the evolution of technologies will leave them as a obsolete or industrial obsolescence, no, or archaeologies of the future. All right, think in these three cases, have a look of these three cases. The names are Harad, Laksere, and Jokkmokk.
The dam
Okay.
is yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Is it possible to repeat the three cases?
Yeah, we will type it here. We will type it here in the chat. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's Harad, that is the power lines. Laksere, Rebecca is typing there. Okay. Harad, that is the power lines. And Harad is the area that we investigate, but as you will see, the power line extends across Europe, no? So you can have visualizations from microscopic to regional to territorial to continental, no? And then we have Laksere, that is a landfill in a dam. And
the sand mine, but it's not a mine. It's a
the sand mine, that is a hole, kind of a extraction or kind of a, it's kind of a extractive area. It's kind of a hole. It's a
or maybe it's a hole. Yeah.
Which also is a territorial formation anyway, no? So you can use it perfectly as a scenarios for the future. All right. It's called Jokkmokk sand mine. So then you have three different potential formations, no? Like power lines, dams, landfills, and mines. All right.
Thank you for that advice. Thank you.
All right. Go for it. Very nice. Gitomiko.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
The one said that can I have the cultural heritage preservation is me. So
it was you.
Yeah, my idea, the cultural, the before the site is like a cultural heritage preservation, and then become a violation site. So I can see the transition more clearly, And also I want to make my narrative on this research is small compound. So what do you think the site is
Well, yes,
compatible with me?
yeah, no, in general, the topic, yes. I like that you could talk about cultural heritage, but also natural in relation with natural heritage, no?
Yeah.
I think that the ancient forest could be super interesting to address that. Kipjok, do you remember the ancient forest that we showed that have a line that you can see the different green colors between one forest
Okay.
for 500 years and the new forest, no? There is a lot of discussion today, theoretical discussions of forests, ancient forests as a ecological heritage. They in them remain the DNA and also the ecological knowledge, no, of the past of and of the planet, no. So they are untouchable territories that where information about the past remain embedded, no, in the chlorophyll, as we were showing, in the species, and in different ways. So I think that we map quite well this area, so you can have this and investigate further all these systems of ancient forests that we show that they are scattering in the north of Sweden, and you can speculate into the future. And the samples are amazing, and it's nice to speculate in the future how we will protect this heritage. No, that they are the only ancient forest, the only untouchable forest in Europe, almost. No, one of the unique untouchable forests in Europe. Yeah. Sure.
I'm also thinking about the presence of indigenous communities in many of these areas, or in all of these areas. You have also a presence of indigenous communities. So cultural heritage could also, I think, be approached in all of those, in all of the sites, also through, if you're interested in this as well.
So it's Figjok and what's more?
Kipjok.
Kipjok.
Exactly. And
Kipjok.
you can also
Yeah.
address this kind of
I was thinking
heritage. Oh, you was thinking what?
also that in Jokkmokk, in the sand mine, it's also interesting from a cultural
Okay.
point of view.
I will.
As a cultural heritage, I think that is Rebe is right. No, also the sand mine. We were quite fascinating seeing these pictures of the past, of the rail trails and the train and all what that means at that moment. No, to see wow, these locomotors, trains, giant feeding by car cold and all these labor issues that are embedded in that. No, of course, one thing to highlight is that it's not that we don't think that it's important, the cultural or the social perspective. I think that is fundamental, of course.
Also,
but it's nice
political and social.
Yeah, but it's nice to relate it with the microscopic approach that is more towards species.
Okay.
Usually, there is a lot of research about Samis and the cultural issues in the north. And when we present this, it was a very exciting discussion when we present the exhibition. And we're the director of the Arctic Research Center and many other researchers from university. In the discussion, Tomiko move around the idea to see other aspects of the landscape that they are not necessarily the social aspect. But what we were arguing is that there is a biological perspective that nobody is seeing. Is the indigenous situations in the north is quite critical. It's very important. I'm not trying to say that it's not, no. But we like to, in this case, try to give the opportunity to see the invisible issues in the landscape that we know not so much people is paying attention, no? Like the microscopical perspective of that, no? But we think that in the case of the forest and also there's two other point of perspective. I would say that, and also the idea of heritage is always associated with cultural production, no? But it's nice to see also heritage in terms of ecological perspective, no? That the heritage of the ecology, no? The heritage of the natural environment, no? Or to the which is associated with preservation, conservation, and other practices, no? But it's interesting to see it from the biological perspective, no? For the ecosystem perspective. Okay, to have a look of this. I think that both work very well. I think that the idea to see the ancient forests as a historical perspective and ecological heritage is super powerful, and it's a quite new concept. The ecological, not new, but it's getting more and more strong now. Right.
Okay, thank you.
We put you in both of them, okay? But
yeah, you can
then we decide. Have a second look. We can still adjust the groups at the end, guys. So feel free in that sense. All right. Welcome, team. And Sundar, we haven't seen you, but so nice that you join us. Aha, no. Okay. I have a comment here of Nastaran. Laxaredam and Randijar clear cuts, but I'm not sure. Okay, can you share with us your thoughts, Nastaran, to see how we can help you?
Yes, sure.
Well,
Well, I'm actually interested in solving and, making solutions for problems. And, for this, using, for example, biomimicry or biophilic approaches. And, I believe that we come from nature, and our approaches and our solutions should come from nature too. So that in this regard, I think I'm interested in the one that we look for solutions and, as you mentioned, like infrastructures.
I'm agree with you then with the cases. I think that you pick well the I don't know what you think, no, the bio, because if we analyze it from the perspective of biomimicry, I think you remember that I was explaining how Rebe and me were fascinating to see the cells that nature produced in the landfill in Laxere. It's not like all the area began to regenerate at the same time. If you see it from the top, there were like a patterns of small biotopes that start with a control environment, maybe because it was a rock there, maybe because it was a tree there, and they found a way to consolidate a first biotope. Of course, they start with a stone, decompose the stone, create the dirt, invite the species, and then create these biotopes. Then some others attached to the remaining trees. And then together, the different biotopes were start to connect to each other and recreate the environment. While we think that when we're gonna regenerate an area, sometimes we think, okay, let's make a kind of a clear of this area and let's plant the entire area with the same species. So it was like this dominant way to thinking regeneration, no? But if we learn from nature, it's quite intelligent to do it in that way. These landscape intelligence are super complex and sophisticated and amazing. Now, they start with a control environment, and at the end, these different control environment as cells that expanded in different patterns, they start to connect and create another bigger biotope. And then, that is a progression that is quite exciting to see it in that sense, no? And in Randijar, of course, the case of the stones that we were super fascinating, both of them, no? They're like how, if we found this, it's like to understand that maybe what we need or we can think in the possible architecture of the future is to create structures or parastructures or metastructures that host or act as a support for nature to take over, no? And that is quite exciting, as well as the rock or the stone were showing us. I think that you can analyze these two perspectives from the perspective of the patterns and the cellular patterns which is related with what Rebecca was saying before in the previous session, the landscape patterns, and the perspective of the stone as a biological supports or scaffolds that host or hold a different collaboration between species. All right, have a look of these two. Is it okay?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
I jumped you, Rasha, but you want to keep going?
Hi. I was interested in my projects and some of my projects and researches in the effect of some of the infrastructure, some pathways on roads or streets in the formation of urban fabric, how these routes, how these streets or highways or everything, something like this, some of this infrastructure makes some segregation in societies, makes some separate that affect the social and wealth or everything in the different part of the societies. And maybe if you assume the people of those society as living species, we can imagine what happens in the post-human spaces if there is something that's separating them, something that joining them. Maybe trying to figure out what's happened and imagine what would happen in the future. That would be something interesting. I don't know if the tourism category is it more related to this subject or not?
Very good, Rasha. Rebecca and me were making signs with each other, thinking exactly the same topic for you. So
yes, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, definitely. And it's very related with your field of study, with your expertise, so you will feel comfortable. And I like that you mentioned the idea of to imagine, there was a very strong current in the last century in late modern American urbanism to think in these small communities or neighborhood that replicate the logics of the, that's
making some ghettos, making some wealthy communities, making some poor communities. But again, at the same time, these connections, these infrastructure can do the reverse, and they can join these separated communities to each other by design, by strategies or policies that they can apply to that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And you have the situation of the units, the roads and accessibility, the contact with the border, the species that are thriving there. So if I share very fast. Exactly, huh? So the borders, intersections, as Rebecca was saying. So I was thinking in this pattern, no? That is a little, it looks like organic, but it's not. No, I mean, of course, organic is produced by human beings, but when Rebe and me drawn it, we were quite surprised about the logic of what is the logic that they are finding. Who is urbanizing there? Who is creating the lots? Or how the lots coming? Who is it divided? No, that maybe you can see in information in QGIS how the land, the ownership, and then intersected with maybe a map of soil, and then that gives you the species and the land ownership, and from that maybe something could happen.
Yes, it can be analyzed in small scale and in larger scale from the top. At this both scale, it has some connections with so many factors that make these organic pattern over there.
All right, go for it. Very nice, Rasha. Very nice.
Great. Thank you.
Abby, are you with us?
Yes. So I was actually interested in the first group
the power line or the ancient forest. So one of them, I'm not sure which one suits me more. I actually like now I'm starting to do like research about microclimate in countryside of Japan in Chiba, and it's basically like a village, very countryside village with the forest and rice pads, and the forest actually was like planted not too long ago, so it's not very ancient, but it was planted by the villagers to use the wood for constructions or other stuff. And now like I'm taking samples from each place and trying to study each microclimate of these places because we work there a lot. We do construction there and we're trying to maintain the forest also. So I'm trying to understand these microclimates and how it affects the human behaviorology or also like the biodiversity inside of it and the adaptation behavior adaptation, but also like physiological adaptations in these kind of atmospheres. So I don't know which one suits me more.
I found it fantastic, the both, no? Yeah.
Yeah, and I also find it interesting with the Kvikkjokk, because Kvikkjokk also was the area that we visited that was more full of species. It was close to the river, it was the more natural area, it was in the end of the route kind of, so it was most far away from human touch in a way. So yeah, that's just one aspect. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. More related with what you say, Rebe is right. So it was the amount of species were stunning. The nature was breeding in an amazing way. It's just the proximity with these ancient forests, the fragility at the same time. And I think it's something interesting as a climate adaptations, and I like the idea of focus this microscopic landscape with behavior and physiological conditions. I guess could be quite exciting. Oh yes, oh, so nice that you. The word delusional. This was quite impressive. No.
This is which group? Is
the ancient forest?
Okay.
The one that Rebecca is saying. No?
Yeah.
I'm agree. I also agree with the first one that you mentioned, in relation with the microclimate, because what happened in these corridors is that they are particular, Abby, it's such a scar in the landscape, and the proximity with the forest is so, they face the forest, no? But what happened below these power lines, the power line sounds have radioactivity, they have some sort of it's quite toxic in the atmosphere, but the species thrive there anyway. So, and there is particular what happened there. So I imagine that they could be ecological corridors in the future, when the electricity, as we were saying before, then became obsolete, no? So it's exciting because the climate change, and there are this is a very specific microclimate, what happened in this corridor, and it's a linear condition. So it's not an area, but a linear condition, longitudinal conditions, and that also is interesting, right? If some of you guys think that it's very short days, okay, but if in some point you want to test both strategy and you find yourself correct to moving between two topics, you can do it. Okay, so we of course want you to focus in one to not be exhausted, but if you think that you want to keep going and one topic could inform the other, it's also okay. All right.
Thank you.
Material. Right, perfect. Okay, Atakan, some thoughts?
I'm also, I'm also between power line and tourism one. I mean, I was thinking about the last course we did and our approach and research, and seeing that all, I have to say, in our context, it was that mostly alienated organisms. First, the people that live in the barracks, then that alienation actually same for the habitats as well. So that inspecting that different habitats, different species was kind of exciting for me, which I think the power line was the most parallel with that subject. Also the Kivik Yok one, Kivik Yok tourism forest one. I need to look at the drive again. Kind of this two gives me that idea, this logic that I can find different, let's say, surprises when I was making that research about different species, how they are connected with each other, and how they not connected, but how they're acting, living themselves, creating their own habitats, that type of things.
It's also
So
exciting.
yeah,
Yes, I give it a try. Okay, I think both. It's true. I relate the second one, the keep you more with what you did before, but it's also interesting the first one. Okay, so
which one second, which one is first, you say?
the keep you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe. But if
I mean-
you said that you were more interested in the power line. You say was
The-
or
as I understand, power line is the most parallel one with the idea of that having different and also connected species. Like, how to say, I don't want to do the same thing as the seminar, but the thing is, I like to learn that different species having their own own areas, like they are alienated or they are like local, but they have their own worlds, but also in the same region, in different areas, they are kind of connected, but also are separated. And seeing, researching and understanding that difference and the connections are kind of fascinating. So,
Okay.
and also when I like make the AI research and everything, the outcomes are surprising as well.
Yeah, the Kivyok species are surprising. They are quite exciting, as Rebecca was saying. Yeah, and also you have the separation between what could happen to indicate further what happened in the ancient forest or in the forest, and if it's really a line of separation, or that is a very exciting point of view. I like it. And in the case of the power line, also Atakan, because what happened on the corridors is different what happened on beside. So give it a second chance. Let's see how the distribution of the group goes, and we see. Okay, but keep it open. Very nice. Okay, so Walter already said that, and I just want to know, team, are you following up? Are you understand what we are talking about? Are you with us, team? Hey, hey. Okay. Okay, so I think we need to know about Fatima, right?
Yes, sir. I was thinking of Lixid. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but basically I was like intrigued by the climatic conditions over there and how it helps in there are like several species and how they're thriving and their adaptation and their behavior. And moreover, I've also seen that there's a dramatic seasonal change, and within like there's harsh winter and then relatively warm summers. So how do these microbial life cycles affect the community and structures?
Exciting. Yeah, so nice that you introduced the idea of the seasonal aspect, Fatima. I think that this is great. Yeah, sometimes there are small orientations that really categorize or strengthen the research project that you are initiating. So if you're going with well, I always pronounce what badly, so I asking always Rebecca to correct me. But it's Laxere, no? In Laxere, I think there is two conditions. One, that the water is contained, no? And actually there is a landfill, no? So then what happened on the top of the dam is different than what happened on below the dam. It's because when the dam is open, they push down the river bed, they have been also affecting the bedrock in a different way, no? So there it's very different. And actually they freeze very different. So yes, when it's cold, but the conditions are different. And in summer also you can feel difference of ecosystems in the top. So I think if you take in consideration the idea of a landfill and a dam, and then really cross with the idea of the seasonal aspect and try to investigate really these changes of the seasonal aspect, I think you will create a fascinating images in your last production. All right, so go for it. You follow me? Yes.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Okay.
I was thinking
Yes.
that it could be interesting with Jokkmokk, the sand mine as well. But yeah, just to add another.
Me too. I think so. No, you know, Atacam is true what Rebecca said. Not in Jokkmokk, the sand mine is what we were trying to explain, you guys, in the lecture, that the wall. Well, first, this kind of a lichen attached to a carbon, no, a coal. That was crazy, no? And then when we visit first time, the entire wall was green. And we visit a second time, and this greenery disappeared already, but I guess it was an effect or something that the lichens was consuming the bedrock or the bedrock, the leftovers. And then it wasn't a second moment of regeneration, no? And I think it's very related with the timing of these pioneer species and successional species. And that could be very interesting for get deep into the species approach that you wanted, no? Because they, you know, the ecologists usually when they evaluate the harm or injure or landscapes, they have certain clues based on the species that arrive first. So let's say that usually when in forest fires, they arrive and they depends of the kind of species that they found in the site, they can prognosticate or anticipate even discovering which state of recovery in the forest is, or they can anticipate how much it will take for that. It's because when they see just the lichens and the mosses, or they know that is 1 to 3 years. When they have the fungi, they know that are 5 years, and they start to invite successional species. The successional species into 5 to 50. This is very general what I'm saying, no? 5 depends on the kind of erosions or distortion. And that also relates species with time, no? That is quite fascinating, no? Then you have the intervals of the lichens, that is to 60 to 65 years, and certain species that grow in 60 years and 40 years became mature, and that is something that you can relate with your research, right?
I actually consider that, but the reason I didn't, or let's say not I didn't, but I don't want too much is the last course we did, actually we focused on, especially I focused on lichens too much. So I felt like it's kind of a bit repetitive for me. This is why I didn't consider it, but yeah, you are right.
Yeah, anyway, you will find fungi, mosses and fungi and successional species. I think that is also either the second step or the second phase of the pioneer species, that is mosses and fungi, or the successional species, that is nice, because the successional species are the ones that bring pollinators, insects, and other species, no? So once the soil constitution or the soil have been constituted or conformed or formed in a more solid way, the successional species arrive. But once the successional species arrive, you can see insects, pollinators, and then it's when it's a multiplicator factor, no? Because then cover different distance and then pollinate different species, and they really spread the regenerative process. So I think maybe it's around that. Okay. So,
I will consider it. Thank you.
all right. So, but just consider this. Perfect. Rita, can we hear from you? Are you there with us? Right? Or Sundas, can we hear your first thoughts? Are you with us? Okay, so yes, Rita, same, yes.
Okay. So Rita wants to join the Laxida group.
Fantastic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great, and great to feel in the infrastructural issues and structural issues. Perfect, fantastic. Sundas, are you with us? And team, just catch up with the information and also have a look of the recording and come back to us maybe tomorrow with your decision, okay?
Hi everyone. Yes, thank you. I will go over the recording and will catch up to you tomorrow.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you and welcome. All right. Soon, that's also you. If you, after you see this recording, come back to us to see in which group you want to work. All right, guys. We will stop this hour and we'll give you maybe
It's 4 o'clock.
It's 4 o'clock, so we are running a little bit late, but I think that we can have is because you already have been seeing the samples and having also indagating or investigating a little bit about the topics. Let's see each other in 4:45.
Yeah, we can make Zoom rooms where you can hang out and you can join the different groups depending on, we can try to name the Zoom rooms.
Yes, exactly. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And what we can, so we're gonna make the Zoom rooms. So I think that as Rebe was saying before, let's try to have a look of the article. It's a very short essay. If you can have a fast reading of this essay, let's see each other in 4:17, 4:45 to wrap up the session. Okay, but enjoy this reading and enhance the comprehension of the topic, embrace the topic, and enjoy Benjamin Bratton. That is fantastic. All right.
I am creating the Zoom rooms now.
Okay, Rebe is creating the Zoom room. If you can read together or come back to the group and discuss a little bit further the reading, and we will see each other in 4:45. There's any doubt, any question? Okay, awesome. All right, you are just selecting the people. All right,
Yes.
okay.
I will allow you to choose your own rooms, the room you want to join, and maybe you can also get help in deciding where you want to position yourself.
We have per people for every group, no? At least 2 people.
Yes.
Yes.
There are for every group.
Okay. So you have a last reading of the groups. Group 1, Harald is, who is there, Rebe?
Wait, let me just make the room. Okay, the rooms are open, so I think you are free to decide. Can you see?
Yes.
You can see that there are rooms to choose. Okay.
Right. Join the group. The reading is in the folder. Remember that is the second essay. And have a fast look, and we will see each other at 4:45 here. All right.
Yes, in
40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Thank you, guys. Nice, super nice. Yes, well, all of you have the readings. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Sorry, the readings are in the docs that as a text file, right? Not file.
Is there is a Word file that
With the links.
that is related with the speeches. We put it as a complement information toward the future sessions, but it's also nice to read this if you have time, Atakan. But the one that we asked is the essay for Benjamin Bratton just after the
I can show you. Do you see my screen here?
just after the introduction. The name.
Oh, okay.
The name is the Orchid Mantis of Sanshi.
That's one. It's just one page, right?
It's just one page.
Oh, okay,
exactly.
I read it.
So if you are in the group, what we suggest, of course, you are free to do that, but what we suggest is maybe read one paragraph together, each other, and read it together, and maybe have a very short conversations. And when we coming back to talk about that and to wrap up the session, in the last 15 minutes. Okay, guys. So enjoy.
o- occurred, right? This is the general what happened on that place. But interesting is that it's not just simple insect or simple animals, simple fauna. The orchids, not orchid, the orchid mantis are very specific type of, let's say, animal, not just insect, because like they are adaptive animals. I mean, they are like this because they need that they need a specific adaptation to their environments, so they can protect them to their predators. Also, they can hunt the other species that will affected by the view of orchid. Okay, the interesting thing is this area is not somewhere related with the orchid flowers, as I understand. So my question mark is why specifically orchid mantis are there? This is, I think, the biggest question mark. Not the question mark is not why there are mantis, why there are different habitats. It can happen, but why this specific mantis that need to be adaptive to their environment chose that location without any relation with any flowers. Maybe it's because the others there. I mean, this is my biggest question mark. I think I was thinking maybe they are the species they are hunting. I mean, the species under the pyramid, under the mantis, maybe choose that area as a location. This is another why.
Yeah.
But then what caused orchid mantis to move there? Why there are no predators for them? Because if there's a predator, they wouldn't choose that because they obviously not belong to that area. This is, I think, an interesting topic. Unfortunately, it's a bit small paragraph. I was actually start a small research about that, but I just stopped, so I couldn't find anything about that. But yeah, this is the question mark. Question I was thinking.
Very nice observation, Atakan. Very nice observation. Yes. If there is other comment, or shall we build this up on Atakan? Yeah, Rebe, you want something?
No, I guess we share this
the question, yes, of
question
course.
mark. I mean, yeah. I guess that's what is fascinating also, that apparently it must be some kind of specific conditions in this particular place, and maybe it is actually just because of these kind of man-made formations or archaeologies that makes it possible for these particular species, which the ecosystems, to thrive there. So then it could be interesting to know how do these archaeologists look? What are these ruins? How do these ruins actually look? I don't know. And maybe someone Googled.
Would be nice just to see if there are some pictures from that. I think that Benjamin Bratton, well, is actually put the same questions in the table. No? That and I like that you bring it back, Atakan, no? And the two perspectives that you mentioned, so either because there is no predator, or either because the proliferation of new subspecies of orchids in flowers, no, that happened there, and which he mentioned that are not endemic from that place. So then it's quite complicated equation. So the species are not endemic for this place, the subspecies of orchid. So then, with some reason, they found a way to move there, because there is no predators, because maybe atmospheric conditions, maybe the winds bring the seeds, or with some reason they are right there. Maybe the non-presence of humans also contribute to that, and also maybe the kind of these archaeological ruins that or modern ruins that Rebecca, or contemporary ruins that Rebecca was mentioned, is a perfect scaffold to allow them to prosper. No? So that is when all the components are together. No? For one side, there is a ruin or a modern or a contemporary structure that became abandoned, and in very fast period, less than 3 decades, as he said, it became an amazing place to host such a proliferation of new subspecies of orchid that they are not endemic, of course. So in that mentioned the landscape intelligence that are going behind or far away from our understanding. Now, the recognition of the possibility to prosper in that place from certain species, and then the landscape intelligence and the resiliency that grow from that invite the mantis to move there and to organize an amazing colony of collaborators, no? With such intriguing functions. There's a part of the text that I really like, this when he mentioned, let me see if I can find it here, the labors that happen there, that there's something to consider in your when you prompt the future environment to try to understand this system of different labors between species, no? So the food capture, nest construction, emerging communications between individuals and groups, and so on. So let's say that they are certain. Someone of you were talking about physiology and behavior, and also so they are collaborations between several species that hold such a complex ecosystem. No? I found that it's fantastic, this, no?
I also have another aspect that is also connecting to what we're doing that might contribute when looking at the planetary networks that we also are looking at, that if we zoom out, is this island maybe lying on the route of what do you say, in the of some bird perhaps that just passed through there, and who planted the seed in particular in this island. So then it's so interesting to look. We are investigating then by zooming out, we could see if there is maybe a species that doesn't necessarily belong there, but who might maybe pass by or
That's a very nice point. So the correlation of the species make possible that a bird is related with this change, ecosystem change, and then is able to translate the seeds to other places. But it's just, you can envision that if you scale up, as Rebecca is saying, and find planetary roads or migration roads from other species, no, that are connected with these microscopic things, and that enhance this strength, this idea of the TRANSCALAR research that we are suggesting.
an intersection.
An intersection. Very nice point. There's any other comment? Very nice, Atakan. Very nice point.
Maybe we can turn on our cameras if you want to. It will be nice.
It would be nice
Then we
to
can
see.
have a discussion.
Yes, guys, if you can turn on your camera for this last 5 minutes. Oh no, it's 5, just to say yes, to say bye for the first session. Yes.
But
Yes.
anybody wants to say more?
And remain your faces in our brain, in our memories. Yes. Is it any other comment, please?
One interesting point for me was the time span that we assume for the evolution process. In this little paragraph, we can see how much it can be effective, the environmental situations, elements, or any paradigms, any patterns of movement or something like this, like new structures that made a new environment for those species, those living species. That can be anything, that can be any species. That affects in so short period of time, and it could produce something different, some new ecosystem, some new species that doing things in a special way. That's maybe that would be changing our mind, deciding on the natural processes. It's not a lifetime process. It's not a centuries process. As always, something I think it was in a Bloomberg network. It was about rewildering the nature, make the nature again wild, and make the process of wild to wild nature to come back to the life in the every with the help of the people, with the help of the even engineers, to make the nature again wild again. That was interesting. That has maybe something the same idea in mind that we are following here. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Very interesting, Russia. Someone want to build up in the Russia comment? I can say I maybe can say yes, Avi, yeah, or who? Angie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I read it. It was really amazing for me because a short passage, but a fundamental message, I think. And I think nowadays we are facing with a variety of phenomena such this situation. For example, If you leave food out of the fridge, it may become spoiled or attract pets, which then adapt to exploit the situation. And in similar way, human actions, I think, or creations can unintentionally or lead to ecological shifts to some specific consequences. For example, the food which left out represents human activities that, when not managed or considered carefully, can result in unforeseen outcomes, I think. And much like the way the which city, Sanji city become a thriving habit for the our kids. I think Bratton used this scenario to illustrate a broader point about the archaeological age, I think, or geological age. The current geological era characterized by significant human impact on the earth, I think. And he suggests that the human era is passing, which are cities and creation eventually being redefined by other life forms. We are in a sort of transition era. We are living in transition era, and the Sanji city initially, I think, perceived as a failure. I guess becomes a successful example of a future that accommodates different kinds of life, demonstrating that human effort might serve a bad situation for future ecosystem. And I was always wonder about such situation, because when you left something behind yourself, microorganism or even megastructure, try to go to a specific situation. And I think it is a beautiful system throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Agil. Very nice. Very nice. Some other comments?
I just have a small comment.
Yes.
I don't know why, but like it's really nice text article, and I googled like the place and it looks amazing, honestly. It kind of reminded me of.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you share it with us in the screen? Do you have it there?
Yeah. It actually, I don't know why it looks like a Ghibli anime kind of place. Yeah, so this is the pod city, and like you can see in this image, maybe like the species or like the small plants getting inside of the architecture. It looks amazing. And like it's called like failed architecture, but like in the text he was saying like it's not a failed future, it's a successful future for other species. It's unpredictable, but it's a nice future for unpredictable outcome maybe. And it kind of reminded me of Gilles Clément, le jardin de mouvement, en mouvement. It's the garden in movement, and how he talks about like the unpredictability of plants or of like the ecosystem that can create even like with human interventions, there is this unpredictability that nature makes. And yeah, this is kind of reminded me of his this book that he talked about. Yeah,
Very nice, Abby. Very nice the connection with Gilles Clements and the third nature. Also a nice literature to explore. Some other of you want to add to the conversation. Very nice point, guys.
Sorry, just a question. I have a question about a notion in a religious. We have, I don't know why, but we have a belief about human as I mean, man is the best of creatures, and I think in a religious thoughts, and I think it can indeed contrast with these themes explored by Plato. I think some people think human are the most important creation in the world, so we can do everything everywhere. I would like to know more about these types of notions, because I think this type of idea lead to some situations, etc. Thank you.
Very nice. Okay, boss. Right. Okay, so very nice comments, guys. I can say just to wrap up a little bit this last comments from Atakan in relation with the to open the questions about what is the reason that happened, and also the Russia comment about the time perspective, the time or time span, or to introduce a time perspective in the way that we consider nature, not the instantaneous approach to nature, but understand the timing or the time dimension in nature beyond our understanding of time, but the understanding of geological time or time that is planetary time. So it's beyond our days, months, hours, but it's another understanding of time. And it's interesting, as you say, Rasha, to use this as a resource, the time as a resource, even for designing, there's not in my end, that project happened in one moment, but project that you allow things to happen and use nature as a contributor to that, or put the necessary conditions to allow nature to perform. And that is fascinating, in terms of what you were talking about, the rewilding. I mean, the discussion today, of course, about geoengineering, bioengineer, or even the synthetic life, or as Lydia Calipoliti also mentioned, that is in relation with what Agil was mentioning, the synthetic life that we used to live today. She coined the term synthetic naturalism, which is also exciting, to reproduce the condition of nature using synthetic tools, or augment, or in a way to accelerate or augment it, or simulate the natural conditions with the synthetic matters. I think there is a strong discussion today, quite ethical discussion. It's nice to see it. Maybe Abby was mentioned the case of Gilles Clements, and he coined it as the third nature. It's not the nature, it's not the artifice, but it's something that happened after, and especially also Gilles Clements analyzing what happened with these abandoned spaces or abandoned gardens, and seeing what is the nature that thrive in this afterward of human evolution. That is connected with your last point, of course, Agil, about the non-human centric, but the post-humanist perspective of the world. I like to believe that we can operate in such an in-between space, when it might be possible that we are accelerating times or amplifying conditions that is in nature, and therefore became synthetic in the operations, but also, as Rasha was suggesting, to maybe consider time to allow nature to perform and find their own way. And nature is already doing that. No, in the case of the mines that we have been showing you, all the signals of life and biological response or resilience and landscape intelligence that we found in the Arctic is quite exactly in the same directions that Bratton is pointing in his article, no? And he actually closed the article saying, okay, we are the robot for future insects, no? Then that's a super fantastic phrase, no? Say, okay, so it doesn't matter what we are building. It's probably all what we are building will become archaeologists of the future, no? Where other species will be able to use it, no? And that is a beautiful perspective to initiate this workshop, to seeing the microscopic life from that perspective, from the perspective of time, from a kind of understanding of the timing of our heritage today, the time of our power infrastructure, what could become in the future, and how is happening some sort of a mutualism that make some manifestations of nature in a hybrid condition. Let's say even with different pulses, alterations, there is a frequencies and a coding that nature content that is still undiscovered. And through these observations, we are able to approach to this invisible nature and behaviors and frequencies and intervals that we make us understand nature in a more deep and complex in its entire complexity. Right, Rebe, you some last words from.
I wanted also to bring up the robots for future insects, how humbling it is to as a quote. But no, I think you said it all.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for today. It was a super exciting first session, and welcome to the course. We are super excited for what the days to come. It's a super fascinating group with a rich profile, different point of views. We of course want to encourage you to enhance these conversations. We will through this participation we will have a better understanding of the topics, guys. So feel quite free. Please revisit the information that we upload. Communicate. Don't hesitate to communicate with us with any issues that you need, and let's push forward this to see what happened at the end of this workshop. So tomorrow we will have the sessions with Hana and Cesar, as we said. So we see each other at 10. Yes, and thank you so much to all of you. Thank you, Rebe. See you tomorrow. We will upload the video as soon as possible, okay? For you to revisit again. Okay, so thank you for joining us. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.